Welcome to the city of brotherly love, but known for more than just the Eagles Super Bowl champions. It's known for a litany of outstanding boxers. We look to add to that list tonight. That's right. As always, it is Jimmy Smith here on ProBox TV pre-show alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. If you don't know how it works, our future star show about to begin. We're going to see some great undefeated fighters and some pro debuts that should not be missed. And then we move on to our Contender Series. We have a great main event. Ricardo Salas versus, that's right, Kent Cruz. Kent Cruz, one loss in his career. That was to Gary Antoine Russell. That's aged pretty well, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a dangerous guy. And we talked to the fighter meetings multiple times, and he said, the weight was getting to me. He's big. This week walking around, I was like, wow, no wonder, you had trouble making that weight for 140. He's about as tall as me. He's got wide shoulders. Definitely big for even for 147, he's big. So the fact that he was whittling himself down to 40 means we might see a whole different guy here at welterweight.
Yeah, but when you look at punching power, that's what Ricardo Salas has. A lot of knockouts, and they tend to be early. He's a fast starter.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have to start fast here against Cruz. He's gonna have to close the gap. Cruz seems like the bigger welterweight. Salas, good punching record, but it seems like a lot smaller at the weight than does Cruz. I think he's going to want to get his attention early, land something big early. I think he's going to need to start fast, like you said.
And one thing about Cruz is that he has solid fundamentals, but Chris, you and I discussed it. He's there to be hit. He likes to fight in the pocket. He doesn't tend to overmove. Not a ton of head movement. He wants to stay there and fight.
Yeah, I mean, he says he wants to box more, but he seems like the kind of guy who gets dragged into a fight each and every time. I think if he's going to be smart, if he's going to be victorious tonight, he's got to use that length, get behind that jab, use that boxing ability that he even spoke about himself, and not get dragged into a fight like usual.
And nothing about Salas, he understands the ProBox TV opportunity. We're going to talk about that a lot tonight. But Salas knows, if I get a win over Cruz, a guy with a great reputation, a guy with one loss in 21 pro fights, I'm right there at the top. Salas knows that.
Not only does he know that, he also probably understands this landscape of boxing. So Cruz's only loss is to Gary Antoine Russell, who just won a world championship.
And looked great doing it.
Looked great doing it. So in that regard, if Salas can be the second guy to put an L on Cruz's record, you can say, you know what, the last guy that put an L on Cruz's record ended up being a world champion. So again, it's for his own confidence. It's also for the look. You want to create that illusion that you are something that it needs to be looked at in his weight class. And it is an open weight class. It's rather open on the world level.
One of the things I want to talk about when we talk about this main event, you talk about all the time, Paulie, the room. Once you're in the room, you have a little bit of wiggle room. You stay there for a little bit, you can take a loss and get back in. The winner of this main event tonight, they want to step into that room and be in that elite conversation at this weight class.
Well, that's the thing. I think that's where the ProBox TV opportunities come from, right? I mean, they stem from. The ProBox TV opportunities, they're not easy fights. They're not gimmies. They don't necessarily get you in the room, but they get you the fight to get you in the room. You know what I mean? I think that's where we're at right now at ProBox TV. We put on great competitive matchups, and we make up competitive matchups between guys that are right there. They're ready to make that move. They're ready to make that step up, but they first got to get through one another, and that's not a gimme because they're each as hungry as one another. They're each as good as one another. A lot of times we try to make those 50-50 fights as good as we can, and we know the odds makers like to, maybe hate on us a little bit. Maybe the commissions mess us up once in a while, but we get a lot of upsets here if the commissions don't mess us up.
Look, that's the one thing we do is the competitive 50-50 fights. We saw a lot of those last week. We're seeing them again this week. But this idea that the winner of this fight doesn't just want to win. They want to look impressive doing that. Does Salas have the style, should he get the upset, to look good and land big punches? Is that a question, Chris?
Listen, Salas is tailor-made for the ProBox TV style. He's fan-friendly. Listen, he gets dropped. He was been knocked down several times early in fights and comes back to win. He's never been stopped. He's always gotten up and fought on. Sometimes he's got to draw. Sometimes he's got to win. So he lost some of those fights too. But listen, that kind of never give up attitude is exactly what ProBox TV is looking for. And like we've been talking about, down here, ProBox TV is the proving ground for these guys to make it to that next step.
Yeah, and when you look at it, it's the idea that in the main event is a huge opportunity in front of both fighters. Same thing in the co-main. We'll go over that one in a minute. But when it comes to the all-action nature of the fights, it is, that's right, Gary Jonas, the boss, who puts these fights together. And he always has an opinion about the main event and what he thinks when he puts it together. Well, let's hear the boss talk in his own words. Here's Gary Jonas.
Coming off a huge win over Roman Villa.
Yeah.
So
Huge.
now he's coming in and he's saying, well, look, we'll throw you in against Cruz, 17-1, 3 draws. And like you said, Cruz's only loss is to a guy who just won the belt. So this is a real good, one of those 50-50 or close to it, very close to it matchups that we've managed to pull off. And we work very hard to kind of get these fights done. So again, we're excited about this. Got a little, you know, Ricardo Salas is Mexican. I think Cruz has got a Puerto Rican background to him. So there's a little Mexico, Puerto Rico going on here.
Momentum matters in this sport. So when these guys are fighting is really important. I think that's another thing that makes it so interesting, how we're able to put these fights together and making sure that we're getting the best fight possible at each guy's at the time of their career.
No doubt. And again, we've managed to pull these fights off and put them together. We make everyone a little bit nervous, but you know, we find the right situation where people are ready to take the fight. And look, we're going to Philadelphia with what we think is one of our best cards. And it's the first time we're going to Philadelphia, and we know it's a great fight town. And we hope everybody who's watching from Philly, you know, comes on out and enjoys the show.
Before I let you go, just as Chris said, it's all about timing. When it comes to Miquan Williams, who has fought on ProBox TV before, he's had 3 knockouts in a row. And Chris and I were discussing him before his last fight, once again on ProBox TV. He said, man, he's looked great, but he hasn't always put it together at the right time. It looks like he's putting it together at the right time right now. Is that what you're thinking, Gary?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, he really is quite a talented fighter. And sometimes guys that fight in his style, they kind of get it together later, right? It takes a little while to perfect what they do. And, you know, we committed to sort of bringing him back and giving him a really good run at it. So, you know, he's been intermittent on our air, but we've sort of made arrangements with his team. And I think that you're going to see him come back every 90, you know, to 120 days. And Moran is one level, and it's a good test. Antonio's a measuring stick for sure. Tough Mexican fighter who's been in with the best of them. But then Miquan's going to get on a little run, keep coming back and ratcheting up. And I think, you know, he'll be one of the next fighters that we see in serious championship contention.
Well, you heard the words, you saw the video. That's our co-main event, Miquan Williams versus Antonio Moran. When you look at Miquan, Paulie, he's putting together so well. 3 big wins in 2024. It's about momentum for him. But when you talk about the names that went from ProBox TV to those title opportunities, he's got to be near the top of the list of the guy who could do it next.
He could do it next. You know, it's just a matter of, is he looking too good with where guys are going to avoid him? Because for me, Miquan Williams is ready to step up to the world championship level. 140 pounds is a solid weight class, some good champions, some good upper level fighters. But there's a couple of Hollywood-esque type of guys who don't want to give good fighters like Miquan Williams an opportunity.
When Paulie starts dancing, you know he's serious,
because,
right?
you know, they want to fight each other. They want to stay in the little club. Maybe they want to get a couple of easy fights. And Miquan Williams is not an easy fight. Miquan Williams is a very difficult fight, but yet he doesn't have a huge name yet, and that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to build his profile, and he hopes that, you know, through the help of getting on ProBox TV often enough. Now that we heard Gary Jones trying to say that we're going to try to get him on every 90 to 100 days. Hopefully, he builds up his profile so that he can build that momentum, get that push. Maybe the sanctioning bodies will make him a mandatory. I don't think it's going to be very easy for a guy like Miquan to get the opportunity of a voluntary defense against one of these guys. He's a very good fighter. He's very tricky. Fast. He's starting to get stoppages as well. Moran is a good little barometer because he's sort of a gatekeeper kind of guy. If he looks good again, the way he's been looking against Moran, I mean, dude, he's basically kicking the door down. You know, one of these chumps at the top of 140 pounds, you know, they could like step up and actually take on a test instead of, you know, mixing and picking their spots.
Yeah, but the difficulty here, and he said it a million times in our fighter interview for Miquan Williams, it was, I'm not looking past anyone. That's what he kept saying.
You know what I thought of? I thought of something. Gary Antoine Russell just won a title, and he's hungry. He's the kind of guy that would take on. He's the kind of guy. See, Miquan and Gary Antoine Russell is a good fight.
He's also one of those guys that's not in that room that you were talking about. He's not in that Hollywood room yet.
Yeah, but he's a champion though. So you know, and I don't think he's got Hollywood in him. I think Gary Antoine Russell wants to fight the best fighters.
I agree.
Yeah, because there is always more to watch here on ProBox TV about our co-main event. Check it out.
I feel amazing. Camp is peaking beautifully. Right now, I feel it's, the perfect timing for me to get a lot of rest, but still do what I got to do. Stick to the game plan and just be ready to perform.
This is your second fight at welterweight. Just speak to how you feel at this new weight class and what this means for you, because you alluded to making that 40-pound cut was tough. And it's the first thing I asked you, I'm like, man, you're tall. That's a tough cut.
Yeah.
So how do you feel now at 147 and moving forward?
No, I feel amazing. Like you said, I've been making a 140-pound division since I was like 15 years old as an amateur, 14, 15. And then, like you said, it just kind of gets easy. It was easy when you're younger, but as you start getting older, that metabolism starts slowing down. And now when I eat food, it sticks to me. It don't just come on no more. Even if I do go running, or go work out, it's not the same. I got to work a little harder, and I think the older I got, I'm just a little smarter the way I eat. Just the way I work, just everything I do. You gotta be methodical with it. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, not to give too much of our game plan or whatever, but yeah, like you said, Mexican style. We all know what's gonna happen. You could plan for whatever you want to plan, but when you're in there, they're gonna make it a rough fight. So it's just about me mentally being able to, sustain whatever he's bringing, be ready and stick to our game plan, fight my fight. I don't care who I'm fighting, it's my job to turn it into, the fight that I want it to be, make it, make it a boxing, make it, if I want to box or bang, if I want to sit there and bang, we can bang. I've never been the type that kind of, you can't really say what you're gonna, you don't know what's gonna happen when you get in there. So I'm just gonna adjust when I get in there.
Like in a perfect performance, what does Ken Cruz look like?
Yeah, I'm a counter puncher. I'm a counter boxer. So I like going forward. I like when opportunities present themselves. Of course, I go for it, and then I like to go for the knockout. I like if I see the shot there, I'm gonna go for it. Go for the knockout. And if not, I'm a counter puncher, man. I fight at my own pace. Nobody really, they're not gonna rush me. You're not gonna, do anything like that. Like I said, I got enough pop where guys aren't gonna be running in. So I think like a come forward, Mexican style is like tailor made for me. It's tailor made for me where I can, set up my shots and fight my perfect fight.
And there is Ken Cruz, of course, our main event fighter for the Contender Series, but our Future Stars show. 2 fighters, 24 wins with 0 losses between them. And Paul, I got a quick question for you. What happened to that Rubik's Cube I gave you last year? Is it just...
It's a door jam, bro.
It's a door jam right now? It's just doing nothing?
No success.
Paperweight.
No dice.
It's a paperweight. We got a pro debuter here who can do a Rubik's Cube in under a minute. By the way, his coach said 90 seconds, and he went under a minute. Coach.
What do I look like? Pursuit of Happiness over here, bro? What is this?
Not a beautiful mind I have with Paulie, but that's the kind of pro debut we have. Of course, Elijah Lugo, a standout amateur. His coach called him one of the best prospects in the world, making his pro debut. What are you looking for him with Future Stars?
He was really interesting in the fighter interview, man. We're talking to him. He's 18 years old, for one, which he didn't really look it. I mean, obviously you can tell he's young, but 18 is really young. And to have as many amateur fights as he had, I think he said like 250 or something like that. But also just the way that he approaches boxing, you can see his analytical mind. We could see the gears turning when we were in that press conference, when we were in that fighter meeting. So I'm curious to see how he takes that, the way he was in the fighter meeting, to how he's going to be in the ring.
But it got a little chippy at the weigh-in. He pushed his opponent. Opponent pushed him back. And he said, I wasn't used to that. Welcome to the pros, where it's a little uglier, it's a little dirtier. Can you bring out that dog? Is that a question for you?
I think we kind of saw it already in the fighter meeting yesterday. He was describing his opponent as the enemy, not as the opponent. So he's got like a sort of a military mentality to him. And with all that experience in the amateurs, I think finding the killer instinct won't be tough for him to do.
Another movie reference, because I know you love movie reference. He might be a beautiful mind, but he's also a war machine. So he's going to go for it tonight.
Got both of them together. You also said, I'm able to cut weight in the pros because I'm not fighting in the tournament.
Yeah.
I am leaner. I am stronger. We will see what he can do, of course, in our Future Stars show. But stay tuned for that and our Contender Series, the main event, Ricardo Salas versus Kent Cruz in the welterweight division. It's going down here in Philadelphia. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Stay tuned. Future Stars starts now. Then stick around for the Contender Series here on ProBox TV. Find out why millions are watching. It's coming up now. of brotherly love, but more than that, we are in a city of outstanding fighters, not just Super Bowl champion Eagles. We've seen that all week. We're talking about the legends of boxing, guys like Joe Frazier and B-Hop, Jersey Joe Walcott. We hope to add to that list tonight on ProBox TV in our Future Star Series and in our Contender Series main event. That's right, our Contender Series, Jonathan Lopez versus Rene Alvarado. Give me an outstanding fight between two guys looking to make their mark here on a ProBox TV. Myquan Williams in our co-main event versus Antonio Moran. Myquan Williams undefeated, looking to take a step up tonight to that world championship contender status, looking to blow his opponent out of the water. But Moran says, this is my opportunity. And in our main event, Ricardo Salas taking on Kent Cruz. Kent Cruz only one loss in his professional career. That was to Gary Antoine Russell. Ricardo Salas, though, a knockout specialist, especially early on in fights. It's going to be a banger in our main event. Welcome to ringside. It is Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Gentlemen, I just talked about it. The main event is one of those make or break kind of fights. Talk about crossroads opportunities. This is one of them. Kent Cruz has lost to the best, but he knows he can't afford another setback tonight, Chris.
Yeah, no, this is a dynamite main event. Kent Cruz is a guy who has a lot to prove. You mentioned his one loss is Antoine Russell, Gary Antoine Russell, who just won a world title. You know, it's a different kind of weight, different kind of level to be at. When you look at that, in hindsight, that loss doesn't look as bad. But now we're in a new weight class for Kent Cruz. He was really struggling to make that 140-pound division, and that he said was causing him to not perform at his best. Now at 47, he feels sharper, he feels stronger, he's got his pop back. So I'm really curious to see how he carries that power into this new weight class.
Yeah, but talking about power, Salas is the puncher in this breakdown. His last 4 wins in the first 3 rounds. The guy has power.
He has power, you know, and he also has, you know, the ability to, you know, win at this level. You know, he's got a coming off a win over Roman Villa. He's got 2 losses, but you know, since his last defeat, he's put together a pretty good streak. And like I said, the win over Villa kind of gives him that confidence to be able to step into another dimension, another level. So this makes this Kent Cruz bout a good crossroads matchup for Salas and a big opportunity for himself as well.
Now, speaking of big opportunities, that's what Future Stars is all about, and that's what you're about to see. We have 2 fighters, combined record 24 wins with 0 losses. The other one, though, a pro debut of a guy who is one of the top amateurs. His coach called him the top prospect in the country, and those are big words, but also he can solve a Rubik's Cube in under a minute. What does that say? Brain power. Paul, you never solved the one I gave you a year ago.
I can barely solve one side of it, dude. But there's a bunch of sides. The problem is there's a bunch of sides. I can get one side. Barely, but there's a bunch of sides.
But Chris, you like that cerebral approach to the game that Lugo has, transitioning from his amateur career to the pros.
Yeah, listen, we call it the sweet science for a reason. Boxing IQ is about being smart. You got to be smart in the ring, make right decisions, being able to make fast, quick decisions. This kid's super analytical in the way that we talked to him yesterday at the fighter meetings. He's like that when he fights as well, according to what his handlers were telling me. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he takes that analytical mindset and brings it into the ring tonight.
Yeah, but another thing, Paul, you talk about the transition from the amateurs to the pros. You got to be a dog. It's not just about outthinking your opponent. You got to outfight him as well. Does he have that dog in him? It got chippy at the weigh-in.
Got chippy at the weigh-in, and I think, you know, which of course, you know, welcomes him to the pros in some ways, right? But I also think when you have 250 amateur fights or so, I think you get used to developing that main streak through the competition and through the competitive spirit that you have through all these tournaments. He's won at a high level in the amateurs, so I think the main streak probably won't be something he'll have a problem with.
Also, another thing we talk about a lot ringside is when you fought in other countries, you fought internationally, you used to big lights, used to crowds booing, used to everything being against you. So he's got that international experience, Paulie. How much does that help?
Helps a lot. Helps a lot because, you know, it makes you confident in your ability to have seen different styles and be aware and be understanding of anything that's going to present itself in front of you. You'll be ready for it, and you'll know how to adapt to it and know how to basically defeat it. You know, that's where the experience comes in, and especially experience at international level, like you said.
Also, he's a kid, Chris. He didn't look like a kid.
No.
He's big for this weight class.
No, I mean, he's 18 years old. Yeah, he looks young. He's got a baby face. But listen, at the weigh-in, he is ripped and ready. And even in front of us, his presence wasn't that of a kid. He's very, very mature for a man his age.
Well, he's very experience, will it translate in the ring? That is 100% the question for our future stars fights. When you look at the amateurs that are coming up and making their pro debut, right here has to be near the top of the list. That's right, Elijah Lugo fighting out of Georgia. But he said, it's not about Georgia, it's not about my state, it's not even about my country. I have been successful internationally at this weight class, and I cannot wait to make my professional debut. But you look at that, you look at Haven Brady Jr., 14-0, 6 knockouts. Dante Benjamin at 10-0, 8 knockouts. But his opponent, Rodolfo Cobrito Gomez, said they picked the wrong guy tonight, because I'm ready to go and I face some of the best. You won't believe his list of opposition. But let's get it started with our tail of the tape for our opening bout of the night. We talked about him, Elijah Lugo, training out of Orlando, Florida, originally from Georgia. You see the height, 5'11", taller than his opponent, Andre Johnson. Only a half-inch advantage reach, but look at the weight. He says, I can finally cut weight because I'm not having to make it the same day. Impressive amateur. Will he make an impressive pro debut? And that is the question. Lupe Contreras, get us ready to go.
We welcome you to 2300 Arena, Philadelphia, PA. This is another edition of ProBox TV being presented to you by Bet Online along with Wild Casino. This contest set for 4 rounds or less in the middleweight division. Este duelo pactado un límite de 4 vueltas en la división peso medio. Los jueces son, the judges are Kevin Morgan, Rob Rubnitz, along with Justin Rubenstein. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing black with white trim, presentando en la esquina azul. Vestido de negro con vivos blancos, su peso oficial 161 libras, his official weight 161 pounds. Esta noche entra por quinta vez a nivel profesional con 2 victorias, 2 derrotas, ambas victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight he enters the ProBox TV ring for the 5th time as a professional with 2 victories against 2 losses, both of his victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Grand Prairie, Texas, Andre Johnson. His opposition in the red corner. Su oposición en la esquina roja. Vestido de amarillo con rojo. He steps in wearing yellow with red trim. He weighed in officially at 159.5 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 159 libras y media. After an outstanding amateur career, including being the reigning world amateur champion, tonight he enters the major leagues of the sport, making his pro debut inside the ProBox TV ring. El campeón mundial reinante a nivel amateur esta noche entra en las grandes ligas del boxeo dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV. Reppin' Marietta, Georgia, Elijah Kaboom Lugo. Our referee with final instructions, Ricky Gonzalez.
Gentlemen, you received your instructions in the dressing room. I expect a good, clean fight. Protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch them up.
They're ready to go. Round number 1, Elijah Lugo. Incredible amateur pedigree, 200+ fights, junior world champion, Team USA. Ready to make his pro debut. This is a very focused young man. His opponent, Andre Johnson, out of Grand Prairie, Texas. 2 wins, both by knockout. Welcome to the pros, kiddo. Round number 1.
And Jimmy, I don't know what they're feeding the 18-year-olds in Georgia, but Lugo is looking very strong in there in his pro debut.
You talk a lot about man strength. It looks like he has man strength already. But he is thinking knockout from the outset. You can see it in his body language.
But honestly, this is not an easy pro debut. Andre Johnson, he's 2-2. Yeah, he's been stopped twice, but he also has 2 KOs. So that speaks to the confidence that Lugo's team has in him to match him up with a somewhat dangerous opponent in his pro debut.
Coming out a bit stiff, but throwing big punches.
Yeah, Lugo, sense of positioning, you can see he's not taking a step back, even if Johnson puts something on him, he's committed to the position, he's committed to the attack as Lugo.
And yeah, punches just aren't stopping.
And you see cut off the ring there as Johnson tried to escape.
And you see Lugo, his anticipation, he reacts very well.
He's taking some good right hands in return.
Lugo's got to be careful. He's got his chin way up in the air throwing those right hands.
Kind of got that tall amateur style a bit. A little bit high, a little bit stiff.
Oh,
good
big
right hand, though.
Solid shot there.
Johnson in the corner right in front of us has to find a way to get through this round.
There's a bit of a rage, too. You talk about Mean Streak, Jimmy. There's a bit of a rage to Lugo's style.
Clearly.
I mean, he's got the face of a stone cold killer. He has not changed his facial expression since the opening bell.
Yeah, and he's not taking a step back either.
No.
I mean, only the referee's breaking made him step back, but otherwise,
holding position really well.
Andre's not been able to make him take a step back at all.
And he's landed some right hands. They haven't seemed to have affected Lugo.
Ooh, I like the body work. Lugo has been consistent to the body for a pro debut and a guy with so much amateur experience where, oftentimes body punches are not represented well. He's doing a great job staying focused with the body
shots. in the
shots.
future if the no head movement and coming in the front door all the time is going to cost him getting hit clean or, get him hurt. But, there's time to work on that. Obviously, in the amateurs, he had a lot of success, so there is a baseline for him to keep working off of.
Yeah, definitely things to work on for Lugo, but so far looking very strong. Very
there's a lot to work with, though. Good shot.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
Johnson's corner is saying he's already tired. They're depending on Lugo wearing down a bit. Took a good left hand there. Nice uppercut. Beating big punches, but throwing them as well. It's a ratio right now that Johnson cannot trade with. Can't take 3 to give 1 against this guy. 10 seconds left to go in the round.
Stop at the bell, gentlemen.
Looks like Johnson will see a round 2. Gentlemen, we learned a lot of things about Lugo in that first round. Number one, he's got a dog in him, very, very aggressive. He is getting hit a lot with counter punches, however.
Doesn't sit down between rounds either.
His eyes say, I must break you. That's totally what I'm seeing here.
Yeah. He's like a Soviet fighter in the West, right?
He's lasered in. Lasered in. Look at the focus.
Just an action from that first round.
Yeah, you see Lugo, where he spent the majority of the fight was with Johnson with his back against the rope, unloading combinations, and not breaking position. He never took a step back, as you said, champ, unless the ref came to break them. He was very good at keeping his balance right in front of his man, letting those power punches fly. But as you alluded to, Jimmy, there were openings, and he did get hit with some shots. He got touched with some right hands. He got hit with a couple body shots. Johnson will throw with you, so that's why you can see that he's a dangerous opponent.
Laser focus Elijah Lugo beginning round number 2. Lugo in the flash-colored shorts, only way to describe it. His opponent, Andre Johnson, the black and red.
And Lugo's outfit's got a little bit of like a Goku anime style to it, right?
That's what the kids are into these days.
That's
what the kids
and he is 18.
He is.
18.
He's a kid.
He doesn't look it, but he is 18.
That T-shirt's older than this kid.
I think his shoes are older than this kid.
Oh, Johnson tried to come back with a double hook on the roll, but again, you see it just
right through it.
Right through as it goes Lugo. But again, it does make you think in the future, somebody who's a bigger puncher, Lugo may have to, work on not always coming into the front door like that. But his sense of attack and then the mental and physical pressure can be overwhelming.
Champ, it makes me think, is it issues with his technical skills, or is this just over-eagerness from your pro debut?
Yeah, could be that too. It's a good point.
And I just want the audience to know that Chris is just jealous of my old school Adidas. So you're going to hear a few cracks about him during the show.
Your 18-and-a-half-year-old
Thank
Adidas.
You. At least 20. Lugo right now, the 18-year-old unloading in the corner, but taking those power punches, gentlemen.
But you see what I'm saying about Johnson? He will throw with you. He'll throw right in the middle.
Told us in the fighter meeting, Lugo did, that he's ready for some undisciplined, some big punches. Seems to want to meet fire with fire.
But actually, I mean, Johnson, even as an opponent, he's actually pretty clean. Like the way he's throwing his punches, he's not throwing like loopy, wide Suzy Q right hands.
They're cutie shots, but they're few and far in between, you know. But he does return fire every once in a while. You know, usually you get like a punching bag in your pro debut. Lugo's got like a double end bag in his pro debut. He's moving, you know, so he's got.
He can hit you back.
Yeah, Johnson, you know, he swerves and he tries to slip. It's just he's overwhelmed.
But I get the sense that if Lugo did lay off a little bit, Johnson might actually come on some.
Yeah.
He can be a dangerous guy if this fight goes a little later.
Do you think Lugo look like the type of the guy who's going to get tired? I don't think so.
Not at all. No. Or that he's going to let off.
Yeah.
This one's scheduled for 4 rounds. You know, amateurs, 3 rounds. Generally speaking. Nice left hand.
You saw the way he set up. He threw it right into the chest first, sort of to hold the spot and freeze Johnson, and then came with a big left hook to the head. Nicely set up there by Lugo.
And again, right there, I think a lot of this is just over-eagerness because Lugo now is starting to tighten up a little bit. I just saw him get his hand right back to his face, right, keeping that phone up. That was good. You know, he set that shot up, like you said, to the chest first, then the left hook.
And Johnson is getting more and more tired. He's being forced to fight Lugo off instead of trying to be.
Round number 2 almost over.
Nice combination.
Can Johnson survive?
Climbing the body, finishing up to the head.
He will see round 3.
Barely.
ProBox TV ring hit the DMV Saturday, April 12th at Live Casino, Hanover, Maryland. In the main event, Jordan Short Dog White looks to take a bite out of his opponent, South American slugger Jose Matias Romero. The big boys of boxing look to settle the score as they square off in the co-feature. Steven Big Shot Shaw clashes with Rafael Akbek Jory.
Well, we get a couple days at home. We're heading to D.C. for a card full of D.C. talent. That's right, that Lamont Roach Senior Gym actually full of studs. Talk about great amateurs. Well, we're seeing one now. In the ring, Elijah Lugo, so far 2 rounds up against Andre Johnson in his pro debut.
Studs and future stars in that gym coming out of that Roach camp. No question.
Elijah Lugo, of course, in the yellow and red standout. U.S. national champion. Junior Olympic champion, under 19 world champion. His accolades, he's won just about everything you could win at his age other than an Olympic medal.
I mean, 18 years old, he's got over 250 amateur fights, and he's fought all over the world. If I'm in the corner of Lugo, I'm telling him, when you got Johnson against the ropes, just like you did at the end of that last round, start to the body and then finish upstairs. He was climbing the body beautifully and landed some really good straight right hands that really affected Johnson toward the end of that round.
How do you like his entries? Just tends to walk in and you can close your eyes and hit him, standing very tall.
A little bit of bull in a china shop. Yeah, I would like to be a little more deceptive on his way in, get behind that jab.
Yeah, he tried to both bull rushes in through the front.
Oh, good right hand from Johnson.
And Lugo got cracked with a good right hand. And this is the first time we've had him with his back against the ropes.
Johnson tries that hook to the body there.
Good hand position from Lugo. Caught it. And you see Johnson looking very tired here.
You see the physicality of Lugo too. You see when Johnson gets low, he leans on him, he kind of shoves him around. It's not just, you know, it's funny because in the amateurs you always think, okay, it's going to be less physical. Good shots there by Lugo again.
Nice left hook.
Lugo's very physical.
And Johnson taking a ton of punishment in the corner.
I think he lost a mouthpiece. Did he lose a mouthpiece? No, he's got it. Not much else.
Johnson just looks fatigued and broken down.
Because again, it's the punches, but it's also the physicality of Lugo.
It's like a wall coming at you.
Now Johnson's looking all around when he gets up. He's taking his time getting him back up the campus. Oh, good body shot. You can hear the wind leave Johnson's body out.
The referee's not going to let this go much longer. Johnson can't show something offensive.
You see Johnson trying to hold on, though.
Yeah, just under a minute left in round number 3, scheduled for 4.
Mouth of Johnson is wide open, guys.
Lugo's mugging him here.
You see what Lugo does too. Sometimes he whips that right hand and try to cock a left hook. You know, set his hips for a big left hook as well. So various ways he sets up offensively.
Oh, good right hand. Pops the head back of Andre Johnson.
Yeah, that was nice. He threaded the needle with that right hand. Really straightened it out.
I don't think Johnson anticipated it because sometimes the right hands Lugo throws it wide. So all of a sudden it surprises you coming down the middle like that.
That was one of the straightest ones he threw all night. That's what I mean by as this fight goes on, you're starting to see some of those technical proficiencies of Lugo show
I think
up.
it's just a little bit of variation. You know, offensively, I think he's kind of creative. You know, he's a little tight.
10 seconds left. Well, one thing Johnson certainly has, it's heart.
Ladies and gentlemen, here at 2300 Arena, one more to go. This is the fourth and final round.
Well, despite all odds, Andre Johnson ready to see round number 4, the fourth and final round against Elijah Lugo. And man, what a round for Lugo in round number 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we've seen all night long is Lugo pinning Johnson against the ropes. And like I said that last time, he's been mugging him all night long. When Johnson goes back to his dressing room, he should make sure that he's got his wallet still in his pocket because the way Lugo's been coming after him.
Fourth and final round is underway. Elijah Lugo, standout amateur in the red and yellow shorts and shoes and gloves. Andre Johnson 2-2 as a pro, both wins by knockout in the black and red. He's found some power punches. As you guys have said, he's punched in the middle of the combinations, found some success, but Lugo just hasn't given him any space.
Few and far between, Jimmy, you know, from Johnson. He was landing some more shots in the first round, but as rounds and rounds have gone on, you've seen less and less coming his way, but also Lugo catching and shooting much better.
Oh, he has been chasing him all over the place and he's stalking him.
Tons of pressure.
And Andre Johnson has been up against the ropes throughout this fight, either up against the ropes or in the corner.
Like you said, Johnson a tricky guy for a pro debut, though.
Yeah.
But Lugo's handled it very well. You know, he has absolutely bullied Johnson, and he hasn't allowed the, you know, sort of the cutie style that Johnson has to even have any effect.
But also Johnson's tough. You know, he's not looking for a place to lay down.
No.
And it comes to the old debate. I mean, do you want to blow somebody away in your pro debut, or do you want to get those rounds and see what you have?
You're going to get him either way, whether you're getting your pro debut or other rounds, right?
I think for an 18-year-old, I think it's better to get the rounds. And especially, you know, the maturity starts coming up. You start to develop that man strength that you always talk about, Jimmy. You know, you get those knockouts later.
Oh, on the break.
That was pretty late.
Halfway through round number 4. Oof. You have said pro debut for the national champion, junior Olympian.
Well, like we said, we got some questions answered about Lugo. He might be a math genius, but he's a mean guy as well.
There goes the mouthpiece.
The body shots. Johnson's tough, man. Those are some killer body shots.
I don't know if the referee realized the mouthpiece out because he's spitting on the opposite side of where he's at. So now,
right in front of me.
Johnson's going to have to deal with the fact that the referee doesn't even know the mouthpiece is done.
Johnson has not complained about it. He's kept his mind on what he has to do.
Those shots definitely knocked some teeth out.
Yes. Heavy punches throughout. But gentlemen, as we said, Andre Johnson has not laid down.
No, not at all. Not at all. He's fighting through. Super, super tough.
Real tough.
Hasn't been an official knockdown yet either. Nope. As much as he's been pushed around and bullied, he has not gone down and counted.
Nice combination from Johnson.
Yeah, he's still got some fight in him.
He's punching like he's mad at him.
Big shot.
No,
grabbing the back of the head.
The referee doesn't know his mouthpiece is missing.
He doesn't realize
No
mouthpiece
idea.
is out.
Corner has been trying to get his attention.
Look at Johnson. Give him a little Sugar Ray Leonard, shake the right hand, hit him with the jab.
Spit out the blood, keep going.
You know what? He gets more air in his mouth because there's no mouthpiece.
I don't know if he closes his mouth anymore.
And that is it, the end of round number 4.
Give us a little souvenir at the end there.
Yeah, we got a little blood blown on us and part of our job. Elijah Lugo, though, looking good for 4 rounds, but Andre Johnson never down, never backed off. Crowd letting him know that they appreciate his guts in this fight.
You gotta love Philly fans, man. You gotta love Philly
We're hearing
fans.
that yelling behind us. They
You get
appreciate
called
it.
you're the man because you fought tough, you showed your grit. That's what boxing's all about.
Lugo's combinations throughout this fight were spectacular. You see the pedigree here, gentlemen.
And you know what? Johnson also, you see the pedigree of Lugo, and then for that reason, Johnson also earned his money tonight. He's not going to be a pro debut opponent for too many guys because, he's tough and he's crafty. But you know what? Guys know that if they bring him in as the opponent, he's dependable in terms of giving your guy rounds.
He might push you at the weigh-in, but he's going to fight back.
We know how that goes. You don't want to give ground. And at the weigh-in, Lugo thought Johnson was too close, gave him a little pushback. Johnson didn't like that. But as you said, Paulie, welcome to the pros. Right? It happens all the time. The gamesmanship, got to be mentally ready.
Got that right.
And also, it's the pros, so we allow a little more of that. A little more of that dirty tactics is acceptable. And the amateurs, that stuff does not fly. The pros, you see it all the time.
What do you call it, Paul? A little spice? You like a little spice in a fight, right?
A little spice makes it nice. I will say that I was impressed with Lugo's conditioning. Yeah. Pro debut, amateur guy, 4 rounds, pushing all 4 rounds hard.
Threw a lot of punches. Lupe Contreras, make it official. Great pro debut for the young man with great pedigree. More to come from him here on ProBox TV.
After completing 4 action-packed rounds inside the ProBox TV ring, the official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de completar 4 vueltas repletas de acción dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, esta es la decisión oficial. Los 3 jueces entregan tarjetas idénticas de 40 a 36, all 3 judges, turning identical scores of 40-36 in favor of the winner. By way of unanimous decision a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. In his pro debut, Elijah Kaboom Lugo.
It wasn't always easy, but Elijah Lugo looking impressive in his pro debut. And what I mean by easy is his opponent didn't go down. His opponent was there to throw punches. He had to go a tough 4 rounds, had to throw a lot of punches, but good stuff in his pro debut.
Yeah, he's feeling the moment now, He's pro debut victory.
I told him in the fighter meeting, man, you only get 1 pro debut, so you might as well enjoy it. And he certainly is here, soaking it all in after the win.
You heard the yelling behind us. That was people supporting Andre Johnson, telling him that he is the man. He did not lay down, but this is a guy who's going to have an excellent future. Keeps boxing like this. Threw a lot of punches, physically big for an 18-year-old. And he says, I'm good now at cutting weight. I can get down and be strong. This one, of course, in the middleweight division.
Yeah, Chimp, what do you say? You fought amateurs? 176 was his weight class,
Yeah.
and now he's down at 160?
Yeah.
I mean, that's another thing. He's used to fighting these bigger guys, bigger, slower guys. Tonight he had a guy who's a little bit smaller, maybe a little bit quicker than he's used to, but he adjusted well.
He's going to keep right on rolling here in the Future Stars. Haven Brady Jr. versus D'Angelo Reyes. Stay with us.
ProBox TV hits one of America's boxing hotbeds, Philadelphia, PA. Saturday, April 5th, Mexico City native Ricardo Magic Man Salas puts his WBO top 10 world ranking on the line against 17-1 battle-tested Boricua Kent Cruz. In the co-feature, undefeated Marvelous Mike Juan Williams against rugged Aztec warrior and always dangerous Antonio Moran.
Welcome, everybody, once again, ringside here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's one of those things that you look at and you go, well, Philadelphia, a great fighting town. You have names like Bernard Hopkins, Smokin' Joe Frazier. They have Jersey Joe Walcott. Well, right now, also in the middle of the boxing world, the center has to be, of course, D.C., Washington, where we are going next week, April 12th. That's right, Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. When you look at it, gentlemen, D.C., of course, Lamont Roach, that whole camp, absolutely outstanding. Our card next week features a lot of that standout talent. The guys coming up between, let's say, 5 and 15 pro fights, they've got a murderer's row.
Yeah, no, I mean, and listen, the culture of that gym and the way that those guys grow up in that area, I mean, the talent is just endless, and it seems like they're getting better and better. And we're seeing them advance now into the world stage. We have these guys that are going to be on your screens for years and years to come.
Yeah, and when you look at it, Paulie, it's become its own style. We say it all the time, the DC style, catch and shoot, great offense, great defense. They stay in the pocket and they throw. We're going to see a lot of that next week.
And try to break you mentally, all those kind of things. We saw Lamont try to do it to Javante Davis. I can remember the Peterson brothers, especially Lamont Peterson. He would also, speaking of DC Lamonts, right? There's Lamont Roach and Lamont Peterson would also, kind of walk you down and try to break you in that way. And I can remember even that stable with Barry Hunter and the Headbangers had a lot of great young talent. And now we're seeing in Roach's gym, again, great young talent, young guys who are coming up the ladder and developing a very impressive stable.
And when you look at it, it's the idea every time. I'm looking right now also, Ben Johnson sitting right across from us. They all talk about how they support one another. And one of the things that is missing a lot of times in boxing is that kind of team environment, that we're all lifting one another up.
Camaraderie. Right?
The camaraderie. And it's not just about their own individual success. We talk about the competition. I want to do better than the other guy. They go, no. I want the guys to do better than me. I want to lift the guys up. They really support one another. They always come out for one another's fights, Chris.
Boxing's a dog-eat-dog sport, and generally, you walk into a gym, it's like, all right, who's my size that I can beat up? That's the mentality that fighters have. But we're seeing the most successful gyms are the groups that make it like a family. Look at Bomac and his team, his crew. Those guys all come up together. They all come out for each other's fights. We're seeing it now at ProBox TV at our facility. All these guys coming out for each other. We have camps coming down to us. These guys are all out to support each other. And again, like you mentioned, this DC crew, same thing. These guys are here. They're out. They're showing their support. There's that camaraderie, like you said, Champ. But man, that gym culture, it permeates into everything they do.
When you look at the abilities of the team, it's also a pride in DC, right? And as old school boxing fans, we remember, they call it DMV, right? DC, Maryland, Virginia. That includes guys like Pernell Whitaker,
yep.
right, who's from Norfolk, Virginia. It includes Sugar Ray Leonard from the D.C. area. One of my favorites, Winky Wright, grew up in D.C., known as a Florida guy, but grew up in D.C. This idea that they're continuing a legacy, Paulie, they're very aware and very proud of that.
Yeah. I think regional pride is big in boxing. I can remember the Mayweathers talking about the Midwest. Philly fighters have their pride. Obviously, New York fighters have their pride. Los Angeles, Southern Cal, there's that pride as well. Riverside and that area. So I do think that while it is an individual sport, regionally there's a lot of big representation going on, and so I think the fighters from DC obviously are they're no strangers to that kind of thing too, and they're enjoying to represent their region in this generation the way that they are, just like past generations.
Also, coming up in ProBox TV, 50-50 all-action fights is what we pride ourselves on. So the guys that come back and have multiple fights at ProBox TV, they don't have that shell-shock look. They're used to every time they come in, they have a difficult fight, so they feel like they've earned their record. They've really cut their teeth. That's true for this whole team. Because Lamont Roach, of course, ProBox TV, our own Gary Jonas promoting him, so they kind of have to cut their teeth in ProBox TV. It's made those records a lot more legit than a lot of guys coming up 5, 6, 7-0.
Yeah, this is a proving ground, and just like those gyms are a proving ground to get to this level, this level is a proving ground to get to the next level. Because we're always looking to level up. That's how it always is in this sport. You're always looking at what's next. You're only as good as your last performance. So this is a proving ground to make sure that these guys are able to level up.
When you look at the talent that's available and it's going to be out there next week and it's going to be outstanding, who are looking as that maybe that next step up? Who do you think makes that impression next week, Paulie, when you look at that ability and all those talented fighters? Is it Ben Johnson, who we said, man, if he can fight, he's going to be a star?
Johnson's definitely one of those guys that you look at because, Johnson has sort of the look as well as the ability to speak to you in the media. You want to have the combination of it factor is a combination of a lot of things. You can't quite put your finger on exactly what the it factor is, but it usually is a combination of charisma, ability to speak, as well as exciting boxing style, and, of course, being a winner.
The co-main event of that card features a Stephen Shaw versus Rafael Akpajori. That is a fight we are really looking forward to. Look at these records. Akpajori 18-1. Stephen Shaw is 20-2. And as we say here on ProBox TV, it's all about the 50-50 all-action fights. When you look at the numbers, not guys who knocked out a bunch of bums. It's the guys who have earned their way there, and that's why it's in our co-main event, which is often the show stealer here on ProBox TV. I could enjoy. We were able to talk to him. This is what he had to say.
It's all of the above. It's work, it's God, it's prayers, it's favor, it's everything. God-given talent. I don't believe in talent. I believe in hard work. I think the only thing God gave me is He just made me tall. Everything else I had to work and I had. I added speed, I added strength, I added conditioning. I found myself a coach in Glenn Johnson to add skills. So it's all of the above. Every day you wake up in the morning, like the champs know. You wake up at 5 a.m., you say your prayers, God acknowledge Him, go into your run at 6 o'clock and do your workouts. You'll then come back again at night and do the work in boxing. So it's work, it's blessings, it's favor, it's everything. It's not one thing. It's every dimension that you can possibly think about that God is on your side. The truth is that boxing started out of a necessity to be something or to do something. And while I was in the gym, the coach told me that, hey, listen, man, you're athletic, you're big, you're strong, and you seem dedicated. And I think you should pursue this. And I started pursuing it, and this is where he got me. Had a few. He gave me a dedicated amateur coach that guided me through my amateur career. I think I had about 14 amateur fights in 1 year. Then after that, I met Glenn Johnson. Glenn kind of stopped me from fighting an amateur bout because the United States amateur thing was not really as popular as the British ones or, the things that I knew. So he just took me to start sparring the Hrgoviches, the Zalalovs, the real guys.
Baptism by fire.
Yeah. So basically, I just went through the fire every Saturday. Every Saturday was just a session where my head would just get beat up. Those guys lighted me up. Hrgovic, Jalolov, every amateur fighter that just came back from the Olympics.
Chris, we talk about it all the time. 6'8", so athletic, who's on the football team. I think I'll try boxing. I think I'll be 18-1. He's just one of those heavyweights with a litany of physical gifts.
Well, he was on the basketball team, then he decided to play football. I mean, these type of athletes we don't generally see in our sport, but also highly intelligent. You heard the way that he talked. I mean, I was really impressed when we got to actually speak to him and do that interview. He knew all about his opponent. He knew what Stephen Show was. He knew what he was walking into. And he also knows what ProBox TV is all about. So, listen, I love heavyweights. And we got two big ones who can punch, fighting each other on that card. That is potentially show stealer written all over it.
Yeah, and when we look at Stephen Shaw, another big heavyweight with knockout power. It's one of those that we are looking forward to. Definitely fireworks in the heavyweight division, but guess what? We're looking forward to fireworks here. Haven Brady Jr. coming up next versus D'Angelo Reyes as our Future Star Show keeps right on rolling. Don't forget, also May 10th, more cards coming up. Stay with us.
Orlando boxing fans, Central Florida boxing fans, ProBox TV returns Saturday, May 10th in the main event. The War of Words reaches its climax as Orlando's prodigal son, Erickson Lubin, faces IBF number 7 Adriel Holmes Jr. with pride and a world title opportunity on the line. In the co-main event, one of the top prospects in the sport, undefeated Haitian Olympian, Darrell Blasval Saint, steps up in competition against the rugged 33-4 Rodolfo Orozco. Those two bouts top a night full of action featuring Nicholas Fly, Argentinian world champion Nazarena Romero, defending her belt against Mexican Mayeli Rosquero, with Puerto Rican American power punchers Naji Lopez and Dominic Valle.
It's going to be a great show May 10th in Kissimmee, Florida, but we have a great show right here in Philadelphia. Our Future Star Show keeps right on rolling. They are getting in the ring now. You see D'Angelo Keys 18-5. Right now entering is Haven Brady Jr. Albany, Georgia 14-0, 6 knockouts. Both these fighters brimming with confidence in our fighter meeting. They both believe that they should be the ace side tonight. Take a look at the tail of the tape. Let's get the numbers out of the way in this fight in the featherweight division. See, Haven Brady Jr., only 23 years old, 2 inches shorter than his opponent. Reach exactly the same. They weighed in very, very similar. Lupe Contreras get us going in the super featherweight division.
We continue with the action inside of 2300 Arena. It is another edition of ProBox TV being presented to you by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 8 rounds or less in the super featherweight division. Este duelo a una distancia de 8 vueltas en la división peso super pluma. Los jueces son, the judges are Kevin Morgan, Rob Rubnitz, and Lynn Carter. Presenting the blue corner, he enters wearing silver with white, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de plateado con vivos blancos, su peso oficial, 131 libras y media. He weighed in officially at 131 1/2 pounds. Esta noche sube al cuadrilátero en su 24º combate a nivel profesional, con un récord de 18 victorias, 5 derrotas, 11 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring for the 24th time as a professional with 18 victories against 5 losses, 11 of those victories ending by way of KO. Fighting out of H-Town, Houston, Texas, D'Angelo King Keys. In the red corner, wearing purple with blue en la esquina roja, vestido de morado con azul. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 132 libras y media. He tipped the scales at an official 132 1/2 pounds. Tonight, he enters professional boxing's newest proving ground and puts his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 14 victories, 6 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche, entra a la zona de peligro, el cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, y pone en juego su récord invicto de 14 victorias, 6 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting out of Albany, Georgia, the Hitman, Haven Brady Jr. Our referee, Harvey Dock.
Okay, guys, you received your instructions earlier. As a reminder, obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Touch him up. Good luck.
Ready to go. Round number 1 about to get underway. Haven Brady Jr. Well, no way to say it. That sparkly purple.
Brady wanted nothing to do with the touching gloves either.
None at all. A little bit of an edge to this fight.
This is a sneaky good fight, guys.
It is.
I like this matchup.
And once again, as the bell rings, round number 1. Both of these guys brimming with confidence at the fighter meeting. When you ask Haven Brady Jr. who he sparred with, mention this guy, Boots Ennis. Maybe I've heard of him. Yeah, that's the only name he really had to say he sparred with to get ready for this fight. He's friends with a lot of guys in ProBox TV. Blast, Val Saint, Dominic Weiss. These are friends of mine.
He actually said he might show up to the May 10th show we have.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he said he grew up with Najee Lopez as well. Haven Brady, I've called Haven many, many times on Top Rank Undercards, on some of the OTX shows, and now we got him here on ProBox TV. And as usual, if you're on ProBox TV, you're going to be in tough. D'Angelo Keys is no easy guy to fight, man. He is tough, he's rough, he can punch, and he's down in the weight class where he believes that he belongs.
I was about to say that. He fought up at 140 pounds. And, Chris, you said he was just a little too small for that weight class. Didn't quite have the power of the frame.
He fought Duarte. Duarte is a killer puncher at 140. And, you know, now we're down in the 130s.
He said Duarte, the hardest puncher he's ever had to deal with. He said, once I got through that, nothing else scares me.
But he's been doing a good job backing up Keys with the jab. Hasn't always landed, but he's a lot of the game position in the ring so far in this first round.
Haven Brady Jr. undefeated at 14-0, but only 6 of those wins by knockout. Not exactly a knockout puncher.
He's a physically strong guy. He actually reminds me a lot of Tim Bradley. Tim Bradley, not a puncher as well, but a guy who's very, very busy, throws lots of punches, physically strong, great conditioning, also with a high boxing IQ, and you can see that with Haven Brady Jr. here. He's a thinker.
D'Angelo Keys talked about making this a gut check kind of fight. He goes, I've been in there with tougher guys than he has. He hasn't mentally been through the things I have been through.
And Keys is, you know, working himself in the first round as well. You know, he's being backed up a lot with that jab, but a lot of them haven't landed either. No big shots have landed yet for either guy.
Angelo Keys over the top, that big right hand.
Haven Brady throwing, he's a lot more controlled here in round one. Kind of analyzing, collecting data, keeping that guard high. Keys is letting some big shots fly, even though nothing's really landed yet.
That's who he sparred with. Keys said, dude, it's Houston. Like, I'm just sparred with a bunch of tough dudes and a bunch of gyms. It's kind of a hub of the boxing scene in Texas, is Houston.
Yeah, that's another big hotbed for some great training. Haven Brady doing a good job of controlling the center of the ring, being the ring general in there. Not being super active, but physically using his presence to control the space.
Also, Keys displaying kind of that awkward style you guys talk about. It can take a couple rounds to adjust to that.
Yeah, he feints, he
herky-jerky.
Yeah.
Dashes in at times.
And he knows how to use his legs well, you know? Look, he spun Brady around there.
Got him turned around in the corner briefly.
Listen for the bell. Listen for the bell.
Not a bad way to end round number one. Tonight, a lot of guys not sitting down in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 fights in a row now.
Yep. That can be a little intimidating looking across the corner and watching your guy not sitting down. A lot of people think it's bad for your legs, so relax and get up again.
Maybe sometimes you don't want to get back up.
You don't.
Get comfortable.
Yep.
Listen, as long as you do that in the gym, I'm okay with it. Don't do anything you don't do in the gym, though.
Very true.
Fight night's not a great place to try something new out.
Angelo Keys out of Houston, Texas, 18-5, 11 of those wins by knockout. Generally the more heavy-handed guy, but good boxing in round number one from Haven Brady Jr. Round number two underway. Chris, good right hand from Brady.
Perfectly well-placed shot. I mean, no fat on that punch whatsoever, right behind the jab.
And Keys was looking to lead with a left uppercut, which again is one of those awkward shots. At that time, he paid for trying to be too awkward.
Fundamental speaks awkward.
Yeah, it seems as though Brady has realized he can get inside with short punches, stifle that, as we said, herky-jerky style of Keys.
Nice short right hands again, doubled it up.
And Brady trying to keep winning that position now, even on when he gets Keys back on the ropes. So again, Keys with these sneaky little uppercuts.
Yeah. Weird shots you don't expect.
Yeah, Keys said, he said, my opponent's pressure will make this an inside fight. I'm fine fighting on the inside, but I think that's where this fight's going to go. But Haven Brady's done a good job of landing his punches and getting out. Hasn't really stayed on the inside. Hasn't really made it much of a brawl.
I don't think Brady minds fighting on the inside either. I mean, he's short for the weight class anyway.
Yeah, I think it's Keys was really trying to pick his spots, and I think Brady would actually like to be consistently closer.
This fighter has the exact same height. No real physical advantages on the inside.
Both guys looked in tremendous shape at the weigh-ins yesterday.
Also, these sneaky shots being landed by Keys is just he's going backwards and Brady's walking through them, so you don't notice they're scoring. But he's kind of tricky, man.
No, absolutely.
There's a good right hand just to prove your point there, Paulie.
Paulie, when I watched him, the word that came to mind? Scrappy.
Yeah.
Very scrappy.
See, there's a nice jab as well. He got through the guard.
Then he changes it to a hook.
Yep. And all the whole time he's being walked down, so he's losing position the whole time. So he's being
nice sneaky uppercut.
Being made to work harder than does Brady, which is Brady has to make sure he traps him to be able to get the shots off.
It isn't picture perfect, but Keys is definitely busy. Nice right hand by Brady.
And on paper, Keys is the bigger puncher because he's got more knockouts, but you see the physicality and the sharpness of Brady.
Yeah, Brady's more set in his punches.
He holds position well, doesn't overmove his feet.
You see Brady will start waiting now here because, again, it starts to get confusing. And you don't want to wait too long with a guy like Keys, though, because it allows his awkwardness to work for him. So you're going to have to still, keep making him work and keep getting him tired.
Short time in round number two.
Guys like Keys, you gotta be first and you gotta use feints.
A good round for Keys, in my opinion.
Stevie Ray hit the DMV Saturday, April 12th at Live Casino, Hanover, Maryland. In the main event, Jordan Short Dog White looks to take a bite out of his opponent, South American slugger Jose Matias Romero. The big boys of boxing look to settle the score as they square off in the co-feature. Steven Big Shot Shaw clashes with Rafael Akbek Jory.
Welcome back to ringside here in Philadelphia. Haven Brady Jr. and D'Angelo Keys. It's Houston, Texas versus Albany, Georgia. What can you say? Haven Brady maybe the more technical fighter, but D'Angelo Keys getting his shots in, gentlemen.
Oh, no, no question he's the more technical fighter. We just saw that replay of a beautiful 1-2. There you see a pull counter. You know, Brady looking very, very technical, very sharp, very fundamental, but Keys looking very scrappy and very tricky and landing some sneaky shots that you really got to pay attention that are landing.
And that's the thing Brady has to do right here, which is how he's starting in round 3 here. You got to make sure you're first. You know, I think if you keep Keys on the defensive, being first, you can take away the play from him. If you start to walk him down, but you're not getting your punches off, you start to allow Keys to, sort of take over the play, and it'll make his awkwardness work for himself.
This one's also scheduled for 8 rounds, gentlemen. Only in round number 3. One thing about Keys' style is, man, it takes a lot of gas to move that much. Being herky-jerky can be tough.
But I asked him, this fight's 8. You've been 10 multiple times. Would you rather a 10-rounder? He cited the money fact. If there was more money, I would, but he was fine with 8. But the fact that he's been there, maybe that will show you that conditioning will still be there.
Brady kind of letting Keys lead the dance a little bit here.
Nice counter.
Set up counter.
That's the thing when you're a guy like Brady and you're so fundamental and you have those punches with no fat on them. A lot of times you get that herky-jerky guy. He leads. You're able to counter with sharp shots that are very visible and eye-catching. Although Keys just landed some nice shots there.
He's so slippery on the inside. I think sometimes if you're Brady, you may not want to load up on all your shots either, because this guy slides and slips.
Yep.
He's very hard to hit clean.
Brady doesn't load up on shots much, though. He keeps them pretty tight.
See, like right there, you know you're going to walk him down. You know he's going to get back with that double jab.
But even that, like Brady rushed in, and you would think that from what we've been watching so far, Keys is going to come back upstairs. He came down with 2 body shots.
Yeah.
Like, there's no predictability at all with him.
In our fighter meeting, all Brady talked about was the boxing, feints, moving, using his jab, controlling distance. He talked about fundamentals, not power.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the fundamentals certainly on display. Haven't seen much feinting. I would like to see a little more feinting and some jab work from Brady, but his counters have been super sharp. Technically, his punches are coming out textbook. But I would like to see a little more creativity. Brady just so solid in his positioning, where he keeps his hand position, where he keeps his foot position.
It's almost like it takes a guy like Keys to open him up a bit.
Yeah.
That funky style. If it's a bit more technical, might not be able to get anywhere.
Yeah, if you're just matching technical wits with Brady, you're in trouble.
And don't smoke your shots, man. Take away his money. You run everything behind your jab. Once you hit them rings and jab, put them combinations together, man. Go to the body. Go to the head. What you got is hit it, man. You know what I mean? Work on the angles, man. Don't stay there, because you're going to grab you every time. I keep on telling you. Let your hands go. The ready shots, boom, boom. You drop to the body, boom, boom. They go this way, go that way. Because he's going to grab you. He's coming in with his hands.
Welcome back. Getting ready for round number 4. Haven Brady Jr. out of Albany, Georgia, taking on D'Angelo Keys from Houston, Texas. Here in the corner of D'Angelo Keys, 18-5, 11 knockouts. Difference here couldn't be more apparent in terms of style, Paulie.
They're telling Keys in the corner to feint. If he feints anymore, he's going
Look, feints is a lot of what he does. You're getting round number 4, scheduled for 8.
He's already constant motion.
Look at the total punches. Brady Jr. in terms of punches landed 30 to 22.
That's one thing that really worries me about Keys. He backs straight up. And Brady has not taken advantage of that yet. If he sidesteps
but the problem with him backing straight up, he changes levels. He'll go back and then he'll drop, or sometimes he won't drop, and sometimes he's punching. It's hard to get that predictability even when he's going back.
No, you can't predict where he's going, but he does go straight back at times, and there is a moment to catch him. But again, I think as you said, because he's so unpredictable, it's hard to take advantage of those situations.
Good body shots there by Brady.
There's that lead left uppercut again, that weird. Ooh.
Yeah, I think when you're going back, I think you have to change levels. If you stay the same height, when you're going straight back, I think the guy will catch up to you. But that's what Brady. Keys tends to good shots here. They're grazing Keys, but at least Brady's landing a little bit.
Good stab jab to the body there from Brady. I like the double right hand from Brady over the top. He's had good success with that the last couple rounds. But here comes Keys with a big right hand over the top as well.
This is the kind of fight he said he wanted. Inside and dirty. Nice left hook.
Brady went
by
low,
Brady.
but the ref was on the opposite side. Didn't see it.
Well, in honor of B-Hop here in Philadelphia.
We are in Philly.
Famous for that. The opponent said, my hip hurts more than my head after fighting Bernard Hopkins.
These guys are not giving ground this round. They're staying right in the pocket.
A lot of arm punches by Keys, right? It also allows him to be awkward because he can change trajectory of the punch sort of halfway through because he doesn't have his weight committed to any of them.
Yeah, like that. So the counter range. It was just arm.
Body shot there by Brady.
And it's interesting you say that, champ, because that's something that Brady has been called for in the past, is throwing arm punches. He's been somewhat of an arm puncher in past fights. Tonight he's using a lot more body. You see the rotation in his lower body there. He's rotating through with the right hand with the uppercut.
But you see when he misses, though, he gets tired and then he backs off. You see, that's the problem with the guy like Keys. Is you're missing some of these, or at least rolling with so many of them, that you can't really get his attention. Then you punch yourself out, turning into all those punches.
Brady in the past, though, was also with the right hand there. That was a weird shot from.
Yeah, you see off the turn.
Yeah, off the turn. It was a nice little looping right hand. But Brady's a guy in the past who had trouble making weight with some of those top-ranked shows. So I'm wondering if there was an issue here where can't potentially show itself as these rounds wear on.
About 10 seconds left to go in round number 4.
There's a feint. So Brady. A little bit of posturing there to end the round.
A little bit of it. But more of that inside fighting, gentlemen, that we thought this fight might turn into. We certainly saw that in round number 4.
That was a fun round.
Very fun.
I like when those guys are fighting in a phone booth. They're staying right in the pocket, going back and forth. You got the smooth fundamentals and the catch and shooting from Brady. And then you got kind of that awkward scrappiness from Keys, but he makes it work.
Paulie, it's the kind of fight, the punch that hits you in the gym and you're pissed at yourself. Some loopy overhand you just didn't see. Yeah. Those are the kind of punches Keys having success with.
And he's having success with them because he can throw more of them because he's not turning with them. So he can kind of repeat them or double them up or in weird ways. Like throws like a double overhand a couple of times. Looks like he's smashing you on top of the head,
Both guys fighting. Keys being forced, however, to fight at a really high pace so far. And he's giving us a smile, though. Seems ready to go as we're halfway through this 8-round fight.
Still a lot of fight to go.
Yep. Scheduled for 8, of course. As we said, D'Angelo Keys has been through 10 rounders, had complete faith in his conditioning.
Brady coming out, really asserting himself now, taking the center of the ring here in the round, letting those hands fly, landing a beautiful right hand there in the temple.
And he does this, kind of backs off.
I'm telling you, because he's turning onto all those shots. I think it tires him out. He goes back to get some rest.
But then he gets back on that jab. Ooh, big
nice
lead right hand from Keys. Catches Brady standing up a little tall.
Chris, you say it all the time. Boxing's tiring.
Yeah.
You know, just moving your feet and your hips and your hands at the same time, it's exhausting.
Metabolically, it's the most difficult sport in the world. I mean, it's a long duration, the entire contest, and it's super explosive throughout.
And you're using your whole body. Yeah, it's just all of it.
And training, it's the original HIIT training, the high-intensity interval training. That's what boxing is all about. Oh, nice little sneaky body shot. A lead, left hook to the liver.
Just slid in with that one.
Leaping left hook to the body.
He's going to slap the crap out of you, too. He's really just move his hands
Zing,
like a gnat.
Then he sneaks in an uppercut.
But you see in between all that, there's a body shot, but...
Ooh.
Another good body shot.
But he's also a little bit of a rubber band on defense. When he gets hit, he kind of rolls with it, slides with it.
It's a Gumby.
Doesn't take full power of those shots. That was a nice looping shot behind the ear from Brady.
In some ways, the way he goes with it is like a poor man's Carlos Mousa.
Yeah, I used to call him a rubber band.
Yeah. Oh, good body shots. I think that's got to be Brady's ticket to success. If he can keep digging those body shots, it may lead to some more success.
It's funny you brought up Mousa because that's what his kryptonite was the body.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can really hit clean.
Yeah, it was Vivian Harris lost his title against Mousa because he was headhunting the whole night, and then it was Cotto that destroyed Mousa, right?
To the body, yeah.
Yep.
Cotto had beaten him first, actually. Then Hatton ended up beating him second.
Yes, Hatton, another body puncher. Oh,
bringing the arms down now, taking advantage with some head punches.
Good shift in this round from Brady.
Yeah.
He came out strong. Keys came back with some nice shots, but then Brady really taking over here. And it started with the body work. And you see Keys pushing his trunks down and taking a deep breath. Mouth open here. Both these guys breathing hard.
Well, both guys have been forced to work inside and outside.
Yeah, it's been kind of the herky-jerky feinting from
good body shot.
Right by
first time that Keys might be hurt.
And, you know, it's leading to clean headshots landed here by...
Seconds left to go in round 5.
Keys not rolling with those like he was earlier.
Yeah, that body shot kind of
slowed him down.
A beautiful liver shot. Left to the body, just like they teach in the gym, gentlemen.
Right behind the elbow.
Yeah. Boom.
That was a good right hand. That was that round by Keys.
Oh, bang.
Nice shot. That was a little bit of a Mickey Ward setup, right?
Yep.
A touch up top.
Tap boom. My friend and former world champion, Ronica Jeffrey, she calls that punch an act right. You better act right. Someone gets a little too aggressive in sparring.
You touch him with the shot.
You touch him with the better act right. Little left hook to the liver, put you in your place.
My old coach used to call it, all right then. You heard him say, all right then. You knew you were in trouble. Oh, okay, you want to play?
I mean, you're going to act right if you feel it, that's for sure. You're going to take a pause.
We'll see how much of a pause as we begin round number 6, scheduled for 8.
Sometimes you got to hit him with that better act right.
And we'll see how Keys acts in the silver trunks. Brady Jr. in the purple and blue. The fighter from Houston, Texas, Angelo Keys. Man, and also a minute is no time at all, gentlemen, to recover from a bad body shot, especially with those.
Those are in the bank. Those are deposits.
Those don't go away.
They don't go away.
And listen, there was a bunch of them that round. It wasn't just that one. That one was the one that was obvious, but there was a lot of other left hooks to the liver that were adding up.
But I think Brady's been sort of committing to that, right?
Yeah, and power punches, a wipeout so far for Brady Jr.
And they're also so visible, too, Jimmy. Like, not only are those numbers there, but, like, we see them. They can't be like stats catching each and every shot, but they're very, very visible for the judges and the fans here.
And also, Paulie, a lot of Keys' power punch are kind of slappy, right? Not necessarily the turned over clean shots of Brady.
Yeah, I mean, they still should count as power shots on the stats. I don't know.
I think a lot of them are hard to see, too, so they're maybe not getting scored.
But nonetheless, I think the body shots are to tell here in the last few rounds for Brady. I think they've made a big difference. And I think it's also taken away some of the awkward effectiveness of Keys because he's actually being hurt to the body and he's feeling it. So it's making him, have to recover and also think about that. See, he's not punching back. See, when you miss it to the head, he sort of gets in a weird position and punches you back from an awkward position. At the body now, he's not really able to punch back as much when he gets hit to the body.
Yeah, I mean, the body shots have taken the competitiveness out of this fight. These are nip-tuck competitive rounds, not so much anymore. Yep.
Starting to pull away.
Keys is trying to push him off now.
Yeah, and I think Brady also
nice
feels
uppercut, right hand.
But you see, when Brady just sticks to the head, he can't catch him. He just stick to the body because at the head, the shots don't always land.
Fighter from Albany, Georgia, right now looking good. And this bout, round number 6, when that body work starts paying off, you start slowing down, start feeling everything.
Keys is trying to be creative here, trying to make some openings, but every time he gets touched to the body, you see him bend over at the waist.
His whole body is just going down.
Yep. And that's also been leaving open the head.
Yeah.
So those looping inside shots from Brady. Brady's got a tricky right hand, man. That thing comes off with no tell.
As we say, no fat on his punches. There's no fat. He's making Keys eat them.
I like this version of Haven Brady Jr., man. I've been watching for years. I called a bunch of his fights. This is the most complete version of Brady I've seen.
That sneaky right over the top. He gets him to bend to the right, and then right hand over the top to follow.
Not everybody can throw a good overhand right from the inside position. Brady does it well.
Starting to pull away. Starting to dominate as we end round number 6.
Come on, man. Let's get the angles, man. You get the angles. Every time you do that, he grab you and hold you, man. You ain't do no fakes, nothing. You ain't faking nothing, man. Get that jab on. You know what I mean? How you feel, though? You wait. You feel good? All right, well, let them hands go, man. Stop waiting. Stop letting him throw, man. Catch him in between them shots, too, man. You got it. Give me some weight,
Welcome back. Round number 7 about to get underway. And Chris, we saw the same thing as Keys was going to the corner, hands on his ribs. Just
not looking comfortable in the corner.
It's sore.
At all. Deep breaths, pain face, not looking comfortable whatsoever.
You can hide being rocked, gentlemen. It's hard to hide pain to the body. It's a different kind of thing.
Yeah, it also has an effect on your energy level and your confidence.
And again, round number 7, 2 rounds left to go. This one's scheduled for 8.
Brady goes right back with a stab jab to the body. We saw Keys. Look where his right hand is. That elbow is really
Glued.
tight to the body. He's not moving that. He's protecting that liver.
He said, I'd rather take the jab to the head than the hook to the body. One thing about Keys, he wasn't joking about his conditioning. He's taking a lot of shots to the body, and he's still in this fight.
Yeah.
If you weren't conditioned, he'd be out of here.
No, I mean, he's still being active, too. He's still very, very busy.
You just can't get Brady off him now. You see, Brady just has committed to the pressure, and Keys just can't get him off him.
Brady's coming on, too. He's feeling it.
A slick right hand over the top.
Been a good adjustment from Brady. I'm sure the corner's telling him, come out strong each round. Assert yourself early. A little squinting from Brady there. I don't know if it was the right hand.
Might be a little wrong here. Could he have hurt his right hand?
Yeah, he's that right arm, he's kind of hanging it out a little bit.
He may have hurt his right hand, gentlemen.
Yeah, maybe an elbow. He maybe hit an elbow, one to the body.
I mean, he has been landing a lot of looping shots high on the head. That can always do it.
Yeah, it's true, too.
Well, we'll see what happens, but right now, he's shaking out the right hand. He's hurt
it and rolled it out. Wonder if it's the elbow, or the hand, or the wrist.
I wonder if Keys is going to notice, because he's, usually you hurt your hand, you don't want to show your opponent. He's 2 times he's kind of put it out there.
Yeah, but he's really showing it, even in his body language. He's being,
and he's not throwing it yet
at all.
Judicious, to say the least, with his right hand.
Yeah, he hasn't thrown one yet.
Jabs and hooks.
Right?
Yep.
It's all lefts here. He's jabbing. He's looking up the jab. He's not even parrying with the right hand anymore.
Fortunately, one thing about Brady, he's pretty effective with just that left hand.
And also, if Keys doesn't figure it out, he's still going to behave as if Brady's attacking him with 2 hands. Because Brady's behaving like he's got 2 hands. He's attacking, he's coming forward. He's just not using the right hand. So it's up to Keys now to figure it out.
But also, Keys has had a lot of energy beaten out of him in the last couple rounds. Might not have the gas to take advantage of a compromised fighter.
That was a pretty decent right hand there, partially landed.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Keys was aware. Because, he's been fighting for his life the last couple of rounds, dealing with body shots that he's been carrying. It's also late in the fight. a high output fight as well.
Yeah, Brady exclusively using the left hand in this 7th round.
Yeah, sometimes he's turned into hooks and stuff too.
Ooh, big jab there. And if Brady doesn't land that jab, he probably gets hit with that overhand right. So that was a very, very, very well-timed jab there.
Gentlemen, I think he has won round 7 with a single hand.
Yeah.
Says a lot about this young man from Georgia. Pretty sure he has broken his right hand or has severely injured it. Shook it out, appears to be in pain. And yet he used the jab.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside of 2300 Arena, they have one more to go. This is the 8th and final round.
Good jab, good timing on the left hook. At least he's using the right defensively. You know, he's trying to power, at least keep it up to block with.
I thought that was a very smart round.
Very smart.
You know, you ever heard hand and you're able to switch up and adjust it. You keep that right hand in your pocket and you go get to work with that left hand. But also didn't break position. Still controlled the center of the ring.
Exactly. I was going to say he kept his aggression so that way, Keys wouldn't really notice a difference in body language or mentality on his part to where maybe he might say, oh, maybe there's an injury. You sell it the same way. There's a right hand he threw.
Yeah. Sometimes it comes back. You hurt your hand, it hurts for a round, and then you're like, you know what? Or he's saying, hey, it's the last round. It is what it is. I'll break this thing off on this guy.
Lennox Lewis against Mike Tyson said it took a couple rounds for him to settle in with the pain.
Yeah.
Then I could throw the right hand. Well, he had one round off with that right hand, and now he's throwing it. Hayden Brady Jr. has looked fantastic so far through 8 rounds. He's in the blue and purple. His opponent, D'Angelo Keys, 18-5. He's hung tough. He's been awkward, but the body shots have really slowed him down.
I broke my left hand early in a fight once, and I went half a round without throwing it because it hurt when I landed to the head, and then I found out that if I hit him to the body, it didn't hurt because it's a softer surface. Right. And I adjusted all my punches with the left to the.
You better pray they don't block with the elbow, though. Yeah. I broke my hands, and that trick doesn't work when they block with the elbow.
Or the hip, because I broke my right hand on the hip.
Yeah, Arturo Gatti did that too. I remember. I think in one of the ward fights.
I think Arturo Gatti broke his hand on everything at some point in his career.
Keys has landed some big shots, man. He came back to the body, overhand right. That was the second overhand right he landed this round.
Hayden Brady Jr. certainly the technician of this fight, but all credit to the heart and guts of D'Angelo Keys. Nice right hand.
Well, Brady kind of rubberneck with that one.
Yeah.
Sneaky.
Yeah, Brady's awareness is still there. He's moving a little slower, so he's getting touched more than he was in the other rounds, but he's still not getting landed.
Body shot again.
Beautiful dig.
And you see Keys' reaction. He bring the elbow back and take a step back. Like,
Brady is throwing that right hand, though. He threw a nice overhand right moments ago, so. Hey, nice counter.
A sharp right hand, too, right there.
Seeing the fatigue here in Keys. Punch is not coming off quite as crisp or as sharp. Not as much herky-jerky movement with the upper body, but still letting those hands go.
Nothing will test your conditioning like getting your ribs punched in.
Yeah,
happened a couple rounds ago. Yep. Brady had to let off for about a round because of what we believe was an injury to the right hand.
Been impressed with Keys' chin, though. Took a lot of big right hands over the top, even after being hurt to the body. A lot of times, you hurt a guy to the body, then you hit him on the chin, he doesn't take the punch the same way. Damn, that chopping right hand.
As you said, Chris, a complete fighter. Probably the most complete you've ever seen him. You called a lot of his fights. He has looked fantastic tonight against a very tough opponent. Man who was certainly game tonight in D'Angelo Keys. That is it. End of the 8th and final round. Well, Keys was a tough out, but Hayden Brady Jr. looking fantastic tactically. You have to see what's wrong with his right hand.
And conditioning-wise, too, because I've said that's been a problem in the past, but not tonight. He looked good in the 8th round. He was still snappy. He was still throwing explosive punches. I like this version of Hayden Brady Jr. That was an impressive performance tonight.
Paulie, could he have gotten hurt at exactly the wrong time? Because he was hurt in round 6 with the body shots. He had Keys up against the ropes, and then in round 7,
he had to kind of lay off the gas.
Had to lay off the gas a bit.
But then came back in the 8th.
Yeah, came back in the 8th. got aggressive and finished strong. If it's not a bad injury, if it's just a sore hand, you know, he can come back soon enough. If it's an injury where it's going to require surgery, well, then he's going to miss some time.
Yeah, we've all seen it happen plenty of times. We'll take a look at CompuBox. And when you look at the total punches,
jab's pretty close.
Yeah.
Power punch is definitely leaning towards Brady Jr., which it seemed so. Yeah, I mean, body shots 35. He made a concerted effort once he got him hurt. I think it was round 4. And then after that, it was a lot of body work.
And those body shots were not created equal, because the ones that the Brady was landing, they dig right to the ribs. Great stuff.
Some weight on those.
I like that. Not all body shots are created equal. That's a good saying, Jimmy. I like that one.
Feel free to keep that. Lupe, let's make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're going all 8 rounds inside the ProBox TV ring. The official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 8 vueltas, esta es la decisión oficial. La juez Carter anotó 78-74 a favor de Keys. Judge Carter scores it 78-74 in favor of Keys. El juez Rubnitz 78-74 a favor de Brady Jr. Judge Rubnitz scores it 78-74 in favor of Brady Jr. El juez Morgan anotó 79-73. Judge Morgan scores it 79-73 in favor of the winner by way of split decision. A favor del ganador por decisión dividida. The Hitman, Haven Brady Jr.
Guys, I know we're looking at each other, but I will tell you, Keys was weird, and he wasn't getting hit clean that often. The body shots for me did turn it for Brady. Obviously, one judge having a 79-73. At the end, obviously, he saw everything for Brady just on the pressure alone.
Right, yeah.
But I'm telling you, early on, I mean, I'm not going to say Keys won the fight.
Right.
But if I'm going to say there's an option for you to think Keys won a lot of rounds, he wasn't getting hit clean, and a lot of times he was coming back with some shots. They weren't big shots, but they were a lot of arm shots. But remember, early on, he was very, very tricky.
Oh, no,
could you have found 5 rounds? Because I thought maybe a draw if you really went for Keys. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because I thought later in the fight, Brady took over with the body shots. But and to the point where Keys wasn't even active enough on the round that Brady fought one-handed. But early on, I mean, he was making a miss. He was sliding. He was also punching back towards Keys. It wasn't until Brady started the body shots that really Keys started becoming ineffective.
First 4 rounds were very competitive.
Yeah.
I thought the fight stopped being competitive once Brady found the body in round 5, but then he hurts his hand.
Yep.
But then he hurts his hand, and then
but I thought when he hurt his hand, he still won the round. Forced it.
Yeah, but he took off the gas a little bit. And it looked like he was starting to really take over.
Like what we've seen though tonight from Haven Brady Jr.
No, stiff test, man. I said it all week. This is going to be a good fight, and it was very competitive.
He improves to 15-0 with a split decision win over a very game D'Angelo Keys. The flip side of our 50-50 all-action fights is, hey, if you put everything into a fight, we're going to have you back. And D'Angelo Keys is one of those guys. He shows up in shape and ready to go. When we come back, it's Dante Benjamin versus Rodolfo Gomez Jr. Gomez says they picked the wrong guy. Did they? We'll find out.
Kissimmee, Orlando boxing fans, Central Florida boxing fans, ProBox TV returns Saturday, May 10th. In the main event, the war of words reaches its climax as Orlando's prodigal son, Erickson Lubin, faces IBF number 7 Adriel Holmes Jr. with pride and a world title opportunity on the line. In the co-main event, one of the top prospects in the sport, undefeated Haitian Olympian, Darrell Blasval Saint, steps up in competition against the rugged 33-4 Rodolfo Orozco. Those 2 bouts top a night full of action featuring Nicholas Fly, Argentinian world champion Nazarena Romero, defending her belt against Mexican Mayeli Rosquero, with Puerto Rican American power punchers Naji Lopez and Dominic Valle.
Holmes Jr. One line you don't cross. Erickson Lubin making fun of the internet of Adriel Holmes when we interviewed both of them. Said his Wi-Fi was bad. That's Those are fighting words, Chris.
Well, he's told him to get out of his car. He said his car was junk. Yeah, no, it
got a little spicy.
And they also pushed each other at the
workout, the media workout.
At the media scrum, right?
Yeah, but Wi-Fi's too far, guys. Too far. Cross the line, gentlemen. That's going to be a great fight in Kissimmee, Florida. You saw the other talent that will be on display. Nicolas Flas, Blast Val Saint, Haitian Olympian, great stuff. Well, guess what? We got another great amateur coming up. Dante Benjamin out of Cleveland, Ohio, 10-0. Rodolfo Gomez Jr., his opponent from Laredo, Texas. Let's take a look at the numbers. Tail of the tape. These two fighters in the light heavyweight division. Dante Benjamin, 22, to Rodolfo Gomez Jr.'s 35 years old, 6'3" is Rodolfo Gomez Jr.
82-inch reach.
Yeah, huge
That's
reach.
heavyweight reach.
Heavyweight reach, a 5-inch reach advantage over his opponent, Dante Benjamin. Lupe Contreras. Get these light heavyweights ready to go.
We continue with the action inside of 2300 Arena, Philadelphia, PA. This is ProBox TV being presented to you by Bet Online, along with Wild Casino. This contest, 8 rounds or less in the light heavyweight division. Este duelo, pactado a 8 vueltas en la división peso semi-completo. Los jueces, the judges, Rob Rubnitz, Justin Rubenstein, and Bernard Bruni. Presenting the blue corner, he enters the ring wearing black with white trim, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de negro con vivos blancos y dorados. Su peso oficial, 177 libras. His official weight, 177 pounds. In 25 bouts as a pro, he maintains a record of 14 victories against 8 losses, 3 bouts even, 10 of those victories coming by way of KO. En 25 combates a nivel profesional, mantiene un récord de 14 victorias, 8 derrotas, 3 empates, 10 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Repping the RGV, Laredo, Texas, Rodolfo Cobrita Gomez. Across the ring in the red corner, en la esquina opuesta, vestido de azul con gris, he steps in wearing blue with gray trim. He weighed in at 173.5 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 173 libras y media. Esta noche pone en juego su récord invicto de 10 victorias, un empate, 8 de las victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, he puts his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 10 victories, 1 bout even, 8 of those victories ending by way of KO. From Cleveland, Ohio, Dante Free Smoke Benjamin. Our referee, Ricky Gonzalez.
Gentlemen, you received instructions in the dressing room. I expect a good, clean fight. Protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch them up.
One thing that Dante Benjamin is not used to is looking across the ring at someone taller than him. 6'1", taking on 6'3" tonight. The quote that stands out to me from Rodolfo Gomez Jr. is, they picked the wrong guy. I'm going to take this guy's We'll see. That's the start of round number 1. Yeah. It is Gomez in the black, Dante Benjamin in the blue and gray.
Gomez is that prototypical guy on ProBox TV that you have to look past the numbers. You got to look what the opponents are that he's lost to. This man has gone the distance with both Lester Martinez and Diego Pacheco, 2 monstrous punchers at 168.
Yeah, you earn your keep going the distance with those guys.
Yeah. Earn your paycheck.
Lester Martinez starching Joshawn James and San Bernardino on our ProBox card. Monstrous puncher, great amateur out of Guatemala. Dante Benjamin, though, one of those guys, came up, an incredible athlete, standout basketball player in Ohio. Great athlete. A lot expected from him. His nickname, Free Smoke, comes from a friend of his who passed away, and he said, I took that nickname, I honor him every time I fight. Chris, you asked him, I thought it was because you want the smoke. He said, well, that too.
Well, I was saying, I thought he was giving out the smoke. You want the smoke? I got smoke for you. But he said, yeah, but he also said, yes, there's a double entendre to it. I was very impressed with that vocabulary.
Like that double entendre. Comes out of a great team, DNA Boxing Club. One time they had 5 national champions at the same time in the amateurs.
Good double jab on that entrance there by Benjamin.
Benjamin's a guy we had on our air, you know, his last fight actually, but he was fighting a nondescript opponent to open one of our cards. This is much different. We'll get to see more of him tonight.
Yeah. Gomez.
Oof. Good body shot on the inside there from Dante.
Gomez was in camp with Jaime Munguia. If that rings any bells, also Beterbiev. Talked about sparring him and how much he learned being in camp with him.
And he said he did 4 camps with Munguia and 2 with Beterbiev. When they call you back, that means,
you're durable. Yep. And of course, the fact that he's gone to distance with the big punches shows that he's durable. So this is one of those fights where I think Benjamin's team probably expected to get some rounds and maybe have their prospect tested a little bit.
Nice right hand, followed by that left hook.
Hey, Benjamin closed the gap very nicely, very smoothly, very quickly with that double jab. A sharp jab, and his legs closed the gap very quickly when he used it.
Oh, he's a superb athlete, and you got a guy who's coming from high-level basketball. You know, he can move. It's another explosive sport. A lot of good transitions can be made from basketball to boxing.
And anytime you're a standout anything, and then you become a standout boxer, you're just a great athlete. Like you know, you're used to competing at the elite level.
It also shows a certain kind of mettle to go from another sport to this sport, which is so physically demanding and damaging.
Oh, good right hand.
And a good hook followed it as well.
Love the combinations from Benjamin. He's very creative.
Not punching when he doesn't have to in round number 1, but when he does, it is with authority.
ProBox TV hits one of America's boxing hotbeds, Philadelphia, PA. Saturday, April 5th, Mexico City native Ricardo Magic Man Salas puts his WBO top 10 world ranking on the line against 17-1 battle-tested Boricua Kent Cruz in the co-feature. Undefeated Marvelous Mike-Juan Williams against rugged Aztec warrior and always dangerous Antonio Moran.
Our main event ready to go later tonight as our Future Stars series rolls on. Dante Free Smoke Benjamin looking good in round number 1. Seems like everything he threw had authority on it.
Yeah, he throws with bad intentions. But Gomez is one of those guys, man. He's a seasoned pro, stays super calm. Even that punch, you saw he had the rubberneck with it a little bit. And when he walked back to the corner, Gomez, he shook his head no, like the power's not there for this guy, but we'll see about that.
We begin round number 2. This one's scheduled for 8 in the light heavyweight division. Benjamin in his 10 wins, 8 knockouts. He has real power.
Ooh,
another good right hand.
Heavy overhand right there.
But it's hard to find more power than Lester Martinez, and Gomez Jr. somehow went the distance with him.
And another guy who's super explosive, heavy hands. And Benjamin, he fights tall. He doesn't really bend those knees too much.
Gomez strafed him with a shot. Good right hand from Gomez.
Yeah, he got that one.
Good one from Benjamin.
I made him trade. That's a temperament. Some guys have a temperament that gets hide away when they get hit. And some guys have a temperament to punch right back. You saw what Benjamin's temperament was.
All right, well, Benjamin is not a basketball player. He's a boxer, ladies and gentlemen. It's official.
Oh, willing to get hit, but they are trading shots in the middle.
Gomez just looked at his corner and smiled. Probably alluding to the fact that he wants to get him into this kind of fight.
He said, this kid's undefeated. I know they think I'm the B-side. I'm just going to lay down, but nope. I've been in with tough guys. I am not going away.
Ooh, again, that's closing the gap with that sharp jab. Explosive. Very impressive on Benjamin. That's one of the things really noticeable here about him.
And Champ, he always goes back to it. He's not getting rid of that jab. I love that from a young fighter.
So he changes speed. As you see there, he kind of uses it out, sticks it out there to touch. But sometimes when he sharpens it up, man, it's out there.
Got into range with those straight punches, but I think Gomez may have earned his respect. Those sharp counters.
It's probably the cleanest and hardest that Benjamin's ever been hit. Gomez, no slouch to the power department. He's got 10 KOs in his 14 wins.
See the attempt at a catch and shoot there as Gomez went to the body with the hook. Benjamin's thinking. He's got a veteran in front of him, but he's thinking. He's trying to use his natural athleticism, trying to beat him on ability, but Gomez, again, what we said, is very, very durable. So,
and both these guys so far in this fight, there to be hit.
Benjamin, this is only his 12th pro fight. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing so far. I mean, having knowledge of having different jabs, that usually takes a while. He's showing that here. He's got a battering ram jab. He's got a sneaky jab. He's got a feel-out jab.
Ooh, good right counter.
Good timing on that. Head off line.
Hey, Gomez, good chin.
Yeah.
Certainly an entertaining fight as he gives us a smile. Well, he told us, he said, I'm not the guy to lay down here.
Nah, Gomez is comfortable in that ring, man. He just walked over here, smiled at us, stuck his tongue out. He's having fun. There's that big overhand right. He lands more of those, he's going to have a lot of fun tonight.
You see that reach advantage?
Benjamin came right back.
That reach advantage, when he uses it, he can get out.
He's got good, there he tried it again. He got his head off line, but Benjamin beat him to it. Got his head off line through a straighter right hand. Actually landed his shot much cleaner. Good scrappy stuff so far from these two. Benjamin definitely being tested in a way we haven't seen before.
And I think in every fight we've had so far tonight, there's been someone who doesn't want to sit down. Right now, it's Gomez.
3 fights in a row tonight.
One in every fight.
We're setting records for guys not sitting in corners.
We're ready to go. Round number 3 scheduled for 8.
Benjamin comes out with a nice double jab, snappy, to set the tone for the round. Is that a chant of Mexico?
Yeah,
Mexico in the crowd.
Chant of Mexico.
Wow.
Come on.
They're everywhere.
Loyal fans.
Hey, where boxing is, Mexicans go.
All right.
I don't love Philadelphia, man. We got smart fans here in Philly. We got to come back.
Yeah, so far it's been absolutely outstanding tonight.
You can tell Benjamin having a little bit of trouble with the length. You know, like you said, Jimmy, he's not used to looking eye to eye with a guy. He's not used to being able to have to defend at the ranges that he's at right now. Nice 1-1-2 right down the middle.
Not the kind of guy so far in this fight to over-pursue. Tends to reset. Yep.
Hey, what do you do with a guy with a good chin? Blast his body. That was a nice adjustment there.
Also,
feinted the uppercut there.
Benjamin's not greedy. He realizes he's got a sturdy guy in front of him. He's not trying to throw too many punches. Let me sharpen up, hit him with 2s and 3s, and just make sure I'm putting the rounds in the bank if he's going to last. And then he's got that approach to sort of navigate his way through these longer fights.
Constant resets, right? 1, 2, 3, reset, go back to the center.
Understanding that you're the better athlete, so you nice catch and shoot.
Short
there.
uppercut.
Off the catch and shoot as Gomez went for a nice body shot, but Benjamin caught it nicely with the right elbow and then came up with the right uppercut. And why you catch and shoot with the same side that the punch came from? Because if that punch is out throwing, that means it's not able to defend itself on that. Your body's not able to defend itself on that side.
And when you got tall guys, it takes longer to get home.
Oh, nice body shot there from Gomez.
No catch and shoot there. That one he felt. Another good body shot.
That froze Benjamin. Benjamin now dropping his hands. Gomez wisely going back to the body.
Hey, Jimmy, a Mexican throwing left hooks to the liver? What's going on here?
What is happening here? Our man Juan Manuel Marquez, he's ringside. Great stuff from Benjamin.
And he comes right back to the body as well.
Again, change of speed. Remember those change of speeds. Benjamin has the gears.
Gomez got a little greedy there, and Benjamin made him pay for it.
Yeah, neither one of these guys knows that they can go on offense and their opponent's not going to throw back. That hasn't been the case.
Ooh, good setup there. Double uppercut from Gomez. Digs that left hook back to the liver. And we're seeing Benjamin stuck here against the ropes.
Gentlemen, we have a fight on our hands in round 3.
Sure as hell do.
Gomez was right in terms of I'm not the guy to lay down for an undefeated guy. I'm no easy out for anyone.
I don't like Benjamin covering up in front the way he is there. Get a guy who actually knows how to set up a left hook to the liver. You don't want to go earmuffs on that kind of guy.
and don't rush in, all right? You cannot feel down here. Pick up stairs. Go one step. Grab right here, left foot, right here, good.
Welcome back. Getting ready for round number 4. That round number 3, man. Show what both these fighters have.
Yeah, fight broke out in that round. They see Benjamin double right hands.
Athleticism, but off the counter. You see the double right hand, but the first one was on a counter over the top of the jab, and then what he does, he doubles back up with it. And then you see later in the round the catch and shoot off the catching of the elbow and coming up with the uppercut. But what we didn't see in the replays later on after that, Gomez does land a hook to the body. There is no catch and shoot because Benjamin felt that one.
Yeah, he got frozen.
And both guys working the body very, very well in round number 3. We're now in 4, scheduled for 8.
Good tactical fight between these two.
I like what I'm seeing.
Gomez brimming with confidence. He's been so all week, but we've seen him every round come back to his corner, shaking his head. He's excited to be here. He's having fun, and he had some success that last round, especially with that left hook to the liver.
Look at the total punches landed. I don't know how accurate it is, but you show it's tightened up in the last 2 rounds. The wipeout of 40-29, those 11 punches, all in round 1. The last 2 have been a total tie.
You know what I love about those stats right there, that graphic? Benjamin, very consistent each round. You know, he's landed 12, 13, 14 punches. And then you got Gomez starting very, very slow, but then picking up round by round. Really tells you the trajectory of how this fight's going.
You know the older guys do. They got to take some around or two to get the old Cadillac.
The older guys,
the
that's
old
right.
Cadillac, you got to warm it up first.
He's getting in
the engine.
Got to get in the gear.
For us, it takes about a half day at our age. But these guys, round and a half. And once again, chance of Mexico here in Philadelphia.
I don't like Benjamin being flat-footed in front of this guy with his hands up.
Because it gives Gomez a chance to go to the body a lot. You know, Gomez isn't going to chase your head. He's gonna go to the body if you give him a torso in front of him.
And with that, out goes the mouth guard.
Gomez is creative though.
He caught it though. He's got it in his hand. He's holding his mouthpiece.
Or did he get it back in?
Oh no, he's holding it in his right glove.
That's crazy. I've never seen that. No, it's in his mouth.
No, I'm telling you, bro. No, okay, maybe it's in his mouth.
No, it's in his mouth. I can see it in his mouth.
He was able to push it back in.
That was pretty athletic.
Still pretty athletic. Nice right hand. Stumbles Benjamin all over him.
And he cracked him with a shot he didn't see while he was turned.
Protect yourself at all times, gentlemen.
I don't care how good your chin is. You don't see the punch. It's going to hurt.
Yeah. Benjamin did the right thing all over him with those short punches. Gomez shaking his head in his corner like, I'm okay.
Terrible guy.
And that was great by the ref. You know, he saw a guy unloading. He wasn't looking to stop that fight. He's watching. Good body shot. Comes back with Gomez.
Because, now you're recovering. Now if you're Benjamin, you threw all those punches, you recover in air.
And then you got touched to the liver.
Yeah, Gomez recognizes it. He's going to attack you now.
He's holding on.
One thing, gentlemen, about being athletic, you're usually able to overwhelm guys with your athleticism. Benjamin hasn't been able to overwhelm Gomez with his athleticism yet. He's still been there to punch back.
Benjamin, mouth wide open, still feeling that body shot. Gomez missing an opportunity here.
Gomez face bleeding under 30 seconds in round number 4.
See, this is when the sparring partner mentality comes into play. Yeah. Is Gomez missing a huge opportunity here? He's not jumping on his man.
Yeah, good point, man.
Look at this. Look how much time.
A lot of waiting. A lot of waiting.
Good body shot there. You spend too many times.
Oh, left hook right at the end.
Good God, the chin of this guy, man.
Gomez is smiling. Give more.
Gomez, the absolute warrior.
Wow. And it continues Saturday, April 12th. Jordan Short Dog White, 18-1, 12 knockouts versus Matias Romero, 29-3. Super featherweight division. That card loaded with DC talent.
A week from tonight.
Oh, can't wait.
Back-to-back weeks.
We get a couple days at home, right?
Yeah. Go home for a couple days. At least these East Coast flights are pretty easy. It's just a couple hours.
Not bad. We're ready to go.
Up and down.
See us in D.C. next week. Get your tickets now. It's going to be a great live show. But, gentlemen, we got a war in front of us now.
This is a really good fight. Back and forth. You know, you got a guy, you look at his record, and you're like, he's going to blow him out. Nope. You got a guy who's not here for our paycheck. He's here to win.
But you said it, and you say it all the time, Chris. Look past the numbers. Look at the names. This guy's fought real names, and he's durable.
We were in the fighter meeting yesterday, and I'm going through it when I had him right in front of me, and I'm like, oh, man, I have seen you with these guys.
Yep.
I mean, these are real names.
Benjamin now undefeated, 10-0, but certainly being tested. You can see the wear on the face of Rodolfo Gomez Jr.
Yeah, I mean, he got hit with some bombs last round. Punches he didn't see either that would normally flatten a guy. Gomez took him, definitely got rocked a little bit, but came right back.
One thing about this fight, I mean, you know, Benjamin has had moments with the jab, doubling and tripling it up, but a lot of power punches throughout this fight. You see it on CompuBox. Benjamin, total of 36 to Gomez Jr.'s 28 in the last round.
Yeah, getting closer.
Yeah. Well, the last round was almost all power punches against the ropes. Trying to take Gomez out, and about to tell you gentlemen how much that takes out of you going for the finish like that.
You know, boxing is a skill sport, right? We work on things. It's a lot of practice, it's a lot of training, it's a lot of technical stuff. But there are a couple things that are God-given. One, power, right? God, we always say that. Power is a funny thing. You either got it or you don't. Another thing is chin. It's a God-given thing. Some people just have chins.
Yes.
Gomez is one of those guys.
My all-time favorite fighter, Tommy Hearns, I always say if he could take a punch like he could give one, he would have been the best of all time.
Good shot there on the inside by Benjamin.
Right now, Benjamin staying behind the jab again. The pace of this fight has slowed substantially.
And as the pace slows, your jab has to take over. You know, first of all, it's harder to slip a jab when you're tired, so you got to take advantage of your opponent's fatigue. And it's hard to get your head out of the way. And second of all, you can kill those dead spots with a jab, which is not a big energy-burning punch. So you'd like to see the young Benjamin get busy with the jab. Right now, Gomez using it to get in.
When Benjamin is at range behind that jab, and he's able to fire double jabs and right hands from the outside, and he's not freezing in front of Gomez, it's his fight to win. But when he stops and freezes, Gomez is just so creative with his offense, and especially finding that liver shot consistently. Very, very dangerous to the young Benjamin. He's gonna learn a lesson tonight. Win, lose, or draw.
Also, when you fight a guy who is 6'3", those liver punches can come from a mile away. You just don't see them.
And they just wrap around your elbow.
Like that.
Yeah, they just come right around. And guys are still able to generate power because they're able to get the leverage with that long, switch
right
upstairs.
hand found its way in.
See, he's tricky and creative, is Gomez.
Waning seconds of round number 5. Gomez, every time you think he's out, he somehow gets back into the fight.
Paulie, how does it work? When you're in Mexico, like, does the left hook come to you in the mail? Is it a Christmas gift on your 7th birthday?
When? You say you're born with them?
Yeah.
They're born with them.
Okay. Another God-given thing?
Yeah.
Took the test to become a Mexican citizen. All right, drop this guy with a liver shot.
Yeah,
it's part of it. They're like, you're going to drop a guy with a liver shot. You don't belong here.
They hand you your passport if you do it, though.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, there's that overhammer. And that again, that was a creative way. He just moments before that, he had done that same punch to the body. Then he switched it over the top and came with that shot to the head, and it landed beautifully.
Benjamin breathing deep. This has been an all-action fight as we enter round number 6. This one's scheduled for 8. 3 more to go. But Gomez, if you thought he was coming here to lay down to an undefeated guy, you are very much mistaken.
None of that. There will be none of that.
Yeah. None of that tonight. We begin round number 6. Dante Benjamin in the blue and gray, taking on Rodolfo Gomez Jr. out of Laredo, Texas. He's in the black and gold.
This is going to be an interesting fight. There's still a lot left to go here. For Benjamin, this is his first time. Well, I'm sorry, he's gone 6 rounds before, but only once.
That is the downside of having 10 wins, 8 knockouts. That's 1 draw on his record as well.
Yeah, he's been 4 rounds twice. He's been 6 rounds once. And that 6-rounder was a draw.
And another thing is, I'm sure he's not used to landing these kind of power punches. The guy's still in front of him.
That's for sure.
When you're in control of a fight, it's easy to go.
Jimmy, I'm not used to seeing guys get hit with punches this clean and walking through them.
Good work on the inside from Benjamin.
This is one of those fights for a guy like Benjamin, man. I mean, you're going to soak up so much experience.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting the rounds with a really crafty guy. Now, he's not just durable, because Gomez is crafty, too, and he knows how to put you in certain positions. He makes it a little bit rough. Those body shots like you were talking about. You got an educated lead hand there. He turned that uppercut into a left hook to the head.
But hasn't really been able to get back to the body. Oh, nice left hook. You know, Gomez hasn't been able to attack the body consistently in the last couple rounds.
No, he got away from it a little bit. Like it seemed like he had an opportunity, and he just got away from. Oh man,
catch and shoot there from Benjamin.
Could be he didn't want to take those counter punches.
Blood from the nose of Gomez too. Some of those left hooks got that nose busted up.
Again, Benjamin goes up the gears.
Close look at it.
Benjamin going up the gears again, though. You see, turns up the gears.
First time I've seen Gomez actually try to initiate the clinch.
Youth energy.
Well, you talk about craftiness, pushing down on the head, clinching at the right time. He knows how to survive a tough spot.
Listen, Gomez is not a young man. He's 35 years old. You know, he's been in there with some really tough guys over the years. He's in there with a young, athletic prospect right now.
Chris, you know the Russian tie.
Yeah, I mean,
trying to isolate that arm. Little rustling there from Benjamin.
A warning here, maybe for the
keep the head up,
forearm or for the frame.
Benjamin definitely tired.
Yeah, a little sloppy here as the fatigue starting to set in. Blood from the nose of Gomez.
Crowd chanting Mexico.
Oof. And I like Benjamin, the way that he's been able to utilize different weapons, right?
Snuck out and landed a shot.
1 point.
Taking a point.
Wow. It's a big point.
Yeah, that angle off and punch.
It's a big point.
That referee had said break, apparently.
Now the ref goes from warning Benjamin and then taking a point from Gomez.
Well, you know, the thing is, when you say break, you're allowed to angle off and punch there, but if your ref said break, it means break and don't punch.
Right.
So he spun and then he also punched. So he made two moves off of after the ref said break.
Right.
So, I mean, that's pretty much done on purpose.
I get why. I get why the point was taken.
And an on-purpose foul, you could go for a point right away, an on-purpose foul.
Last time, Gomez spun away and Benjamin hit him. It was Gomez who was spinning away, and the referee had not said break, so he was a legal target then. Oh, ton of blood coming out of the nose.
No buckets over here, right?
The coach just looked at us like, "Sorry, man." I'm like, "All right, well,
you got to clean that up. That's a lot of water and blood."
Not the first time I've had bloody water spit at me, I gotta say, in this career.
Did they get us?
I don't think it did.
I don't think so, but this has been a very bloody night so far. We're gonna need new canvas for next.
Oh, we certainly will
for next week.
Well, the action continues right away. Round number 7, scheduled for 8.
And then you see that Gomez throws 3 throwaway punches and sneaks an uppercut right up the middle, splits the guard. Oh, and to the body.
Free smoke Benjamin. Oh, good counter right hand.
That's another sneaky shot. The old veterans coming out here in round 7 with pulling some tricks out of the bag.
Free smoke Benjamin, the undefeated fighter out of Cleveland, Ohio. Great athlete, standout basketball player, now a standout boxer.
In tough tonight, though.
Definitely a learning experience. Good combinations.
Benjamin being smart on the inside, come together. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Not out of control. Smart, deep breaths, catching his wind.
There are times in this fight where both men have needed a break. Benjamin getting tied up against the ropes. Blood now pouring out of the nose. Gomez.
It's been physical. It's been a high contact fight too, guys, because a lot of the action has happened at close range.
You know how a lot of people judge. Just look at his face. When Gomez is lumped up, he is bloody. Benjamin wearing the damage well.
Well, most of the damage has been down to the body, which you can't see. But in terms of the shots upstairs, I mean, it hasn't really been a whole lot. It's been one-way traffic to the headshots, but the body work has been dominated by Gomez.
But Benjamin, though, clearly tired in this round 7.
I mean, his style in and of itself, very explosive, very athletic. That takes a lot of juice. But also, he's had a concerted body attack from a big, long puncher.
You know what?
Also, first time he's ever in the 7th round.
I will say also, some of the body attack, he's understood how to make Gomez pay for it, like with those catch and shoots. There's been a lot of attack off the catch and shoot, like right there.
Yep.
You know, where he sort of uses Gomez's body attack, effective body attack at that, to sort of start his own attack back at Gomez.
And also, I like the adjustment for Benjamin. He started hooking upstairs to combat the left hooks to the liver. We saw Gomez get cracked with some big left hooks, which is why the nose is actually bleeding.
Benjamin still answering back. One more round to go in what has been a very entertaining fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside of 2300 Arena, one more to go. This is the 8th and final round.
Eighth and final round. Final fight of our Future Stars series. Dante Free Smoke Benjamin versus Rodolfo Gomez Jr. These light heavyweights have left everything in the ring. Who has 3 minutes left in them? That is the question. They touch gloves in the center. It has been a war. They're showing their respect, but there are 3 more minutes left to go. Gomez coming out swinging.
Gomez came back to his corner with chants of Mexico, 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 raised his arms up in the air. He is a blood and guts warrior tonight, and the fans love it.
He's shown everyone he's not an easy out for anybody in this division. But he's probably facing a severe points deficit at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Benjamin came out so fast. He got the point deduction as well.
And Gomez in a position where he probably needs a knockout to win in this 8th round.
Regardless, though, Benjamin has been tested tonight and will come out of this fight a better fighter.
Nice sneaky right hand.
Ooh, nice hook to the uppercut there from Benjamin to that damaged nose of Gomez.
Yeah, but not the combinations we saw earlier in the fight.
No, not those free-flowing, explosive combos like we saw before. Closing the gap quickly behind the jab, landing big right hands. And we do see concern on the side of Team Benjamin. They're up screaming.
Yeah, but you know what you guys said a couple of rounds ago, you know, this is going to be an experience that Benjamin takes something from. You know, you go 8 solid rounds with a vet like Gomez who's, you know, making you work on a lot of your craft. You know, it's not a guy who's going to beat you, but it's a guy who's going to, you know, sort of make you work on things that you need to work on in order to keep advancing up the levels.
And Gomez fighting hard in this 8th round.
But also, I mean, you know, Benjamin's not a guy who has a lot of rounds under his belt.
Yep.
So this is something that they can look back and study and critique. Not a lot of critique when you blow guys out in 1 or 2 rounds.
That's probably why they got this kind of opponent for him too, right?
You got to see where you're at.
Tension.
Right in front of us, Gomez putting on the pressure. So far winning this 8th round, but will that be enough, especially with the point deduction?
Yeah, Gomez just running out of time. Doing a good job of making it very uncomfortable for Benjamin, but not being extremely efficient or effective here in round 8.
Benjamin hanging on in that over-under position. Trying to get a break. The Mexican fighter fighting out of Texas.
Benjamin being pushed to his limit here in terms of conditioning.
Oh, big. Nice combination at the end.
Again, the
Under
gears.
10 seconds left.
Benjamin goes up the gears when he needs to. Again, that's that youth energy.
And that is it. 8 brutal rounds.
That's the thing about Benjamin. He seemingly would pull it out of nowhere for one last explosive maneuver.
Dante Benjamin had a tough fight tonight. As Gomez said, I'm not one to lay down for anybody. Gomez has a right to be proud of his performance, but Dante Benjamin, better power puncher throughout this, got an extra point as well. Well, a couple times when Gomez looked like he might taste the canvas, never did.
Nope. Nope.
Take a look at some of the numbers here. It was a very busy fight from both fighters. We'll slow down a bit in round number 8. Total punches, Benjamin 110 out of 458. Gomez Jr. 97 out of 405. Did good work with the jab, did Benjamin. Both guys did well to the body.
Combined for almost 900 punches in an 8-rounder, excuse me.
But you look at Gomez Jr., you know, those body punches real effective early, but after he got stung and hurt, a lot less of that.
Yeah, once the left hook damaged the nose, it really changed the flow. The effectiveness of the body shots stopped after that. He was not as aggressive with the left hook downstairs.
Did Benjamin do enough? That is the question. Lupe Contreras has his scorecards. Let's hear it.
After 8 action-packed rounds inside the ProBox TV ring, the official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de 8 vueltas repletas de acción, esta es la decisión oficial. Los jueces Bruni y Rubnitz entregan tarjetas idénticas de 80 a 71. Judges Bruni and Rubnitz turn in identical scores of 80 to 71. Y el juez Rubenstein anotó 79 a 72. Judge Rubenstein scores it 79 to 72 in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. A favor del vencedor por decisión unánime, Dante Benjamin.
Well, he certainly won a wide margin on the scorecards. Doesn't indicate how challenging this fight really was.
Yeah, you know, he had to work for all those rounds.
Yes.
You know, Gomez made him work. Gomez sort of earned his keep. That's why he is the kind of opponent he is. I know Gomez is disappointed. Maybe he wanted to get more credit for some of the rounds. He didn't get any credit for any of the rounds, as the judges pretty much had her to shut up.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those fights. Again, you got to look past the numbers. So you can look at the scorecard and be like, "Oh, easy win for Benjamin," but it was certainly not an easy win. Gomez earned his keep, earned his paycheck tonight.
And like you said, he needed rounds. He doesn't go rounds, Benjamin. Well, going rounds with a guy like this, who's crafty, who's been in the ring with a lot of good fighters, you know, has gone the distance with guys like Lester Martinez and Diego Pacheco, constantly in training camps, you know, with guys like Jaime Munguia and Artur Beterbiev. You knew already. You brought this guy for your prospect. If you're managing Benjamin, you brought this guy for your prospect to get him rounds. You specifically wanted rounds, and that's exactly what you got for your money tonight. You got the rounds that your prospect needed.
And also the good thing about Gomez, a kind of guy, that chin that he's got has not been wasted in sparring because he's still got it.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
He certainly does. And that says a lot when you're training with Artur Beterbiev.
Yep.
Guys like that, monster punchers like Jaime Munguia, still has a chin, but they will go back to the gym and have a lot to work on. For Dante Benjamin, it's one of those fights where you ask yourself, so you want to be a fighter? Got to clean up certain things. Your athleticism is not going to get you through everything. A virtual wipeout on the judges' scorecards, but that does not tell the tale of a fight in which, Paulie, to your words, he had to earn every round. I completely agree with that. And we see the physical talent of Dante Benjamin. Well, that is the main event, of course, of our Future Stars card. But stay tuned. There is so much more to come. That's right. Our Contender Series rolls on. We have 3 more to go, including this main event. Ricardo Magic Man Salas versus Kent Cruz. Salas, a devastating puncher known for his early knockouts. Kent Cruz, a technician who's been in there with some of the best in the world. That's going to be a great welterweight main event. That's right. It's a main event of our Contender Series. We roll on. I hope you've enjoyed Future Stars. More to come right here on ProBox
TV.
Don't forget, stay tuned in. Contender Series will continue to roll on. Don't miss our main event. It starts right now.
It's Saturday night, and the Contender Series arrives in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Tonight, ProBox TV continues its tradition of 50-50 fight. In our main event, Mexico's Ricardo Magic Man Salas faces Kent Cruz in a 10-round welterweight war that's sure to have you on the edge of your seats. Also in our co-main, super lightweight contender, the undefeated, marvelous Mikewan Williams steps into the ring to face Mexico City's Antonio Moran. Stay tuned for a night of action-packed fights from the 2300 Arena in Philadelphia, the historic city of champions. It's the Contender Series on ProBox TV. Find out why millions of people are watching. The Contender Series starts now. Welcome into Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You see the skyline, but we know the history. Not just about football, the other Super Bowl champions. We're talking about the great list of outstanding boxing champions from Philadelphia. B-Hop, Jersey Joe Walcott, Smokin' Joe Frazier, my personal favorite, Meldrick Taylor. We all have one, but it's a city of great fighters and great fights. We continue that tonight on ProBox TV. Jonathan Lopez versus Rene Alvarado. Anytime Chris Algieri says, watch this kid, I'm keeping my eye on him. That's exactly what he said about Gio Lopez taking on the very tough Rene Alvarado in our co-main event. We've seen his shirts all over the arena. Mikewan Williams, undefeated, a prospect from which a lot is expected. Antonio Moran says, I am the veteran here. It's time for the hype train to stop tonight. And in our main event of the evening, Ricardo Magic Man Salas from Mexico. You know what he brings, a record of 22-2 against Kent Cruz, 17-1-3. He's been in there against some of the best in the world. He's once again, as Paulie says, the room of champions and contenders. Can he do that with a great performance tonight? Ringside, as always, it's Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. You talk about the room, right? Kent Cruz wants to be in it, the one loss of his career to Gary Antoine Russell. That's aged pretty well, Chris.
Yeah, a guy who's in that room and where he wants to be. But listen, that was at 140. He has since moved up. He said making that 140-pound division was affecting his performances. Now he's at 47. He says, I feel stronger. I got my pop back. I'm hurting guys in the gym. I'm going to bring it on fight night. So we'll see if this new weight class suits him better.
Yeah, but Salas, the puncher in this matchup, a lot of knockouts, and a lot of them early. 11 of his knockouts in 3 rounds or less. He gets it done early.
He gets it done early, and I think he's going to have to start early in this fight. I think you want to get the attention of Cruz early. You know, Cruz a big, lanky guy. You know, he's only got the one loss. He's coming in confident because, you know, not only has he only got the one loss, but the one loss is to Gary Antoine Russell, the new world champion. But you know what? Salas has reason to be confident himself, coming off a big win over Roman Villa. Again, he only has those 2 losses, and he also has that punching power that he can depend on. I'd say look for him to start fast in this fight.
Yeah, but look at the shell shock factor here on ProBox TV. All action, 50-50 fights, so that's what we're all about. One of the things about Cruz is he ready for that? Oh, this isn't a tune-up fight. It's a very tough fight, Chris. Is he mentally ready?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out, right? Because I always say, ProBox TV is a proving ground for guys to get to that next level. For him to get to that next level, he's going to have to get past Salas. And Salas was a guy, he's gotten up off the canvas before. He's never been stopped. He's been down, never been stopped. He's gotten off the canvas to actually win fights before. So you know he's got the medal. We got to see if Cruz can match that.
Now, let's talk about the opportunity of ProBox TV. Angelo Leo, of course, standout ProBox TV. He's now a world champion. Ramon Cardenas taking on the monster Inoue later on this year. Well, could Myquan Williams in our co-main event, could he be the next superstar we're talking about? Should he be successful tonight, Paulie?
No, I think he's definitely got the goods. You know, whether he can be the superstar remains to be told, but I think he can fight. This kid can really fight. This kid is ready for a title shot right now, if you ask my opinion. But we got a 140-pound division where there's a little bit of a Hollywood-esque feel to it, and nobody wants to take on the young, hungry up-and-comer who's very, very dangerous. And for me, Myquan Williams has only become more and more dangerous since we've seen him on ProBox TV, looking very, very sharp. He's looked very, very good and has had some impressive wins. Tonight against Moran, it's a gatekeeper type of opponent, but Moran only loses to the very best. Can Myquan not only beat him, but beat him more impressively than some of the other guys that have beaten him?
Yeah, but one of the things about Myquan Williams, we're talking about the negatives, there are times earlier on in his career, not his ProBox run, he's looked fantastic, where he hasn't put it all together in the right way. He was a talented amateur, hasn't always put it together as a pro. Could it be one of the nights where if he has that kind of off night, Moran's going to take him?
No question, no question. This is not an easy fight. Antonio Moran, other than our prospects, he's the winningest fighter on ProBox TV air. He has 4 big wins on our airs. Never lost on ProBox TV. He's lost when he stepped up after ProBox. Never lost here. So absolutely, Myquan Williams has to bring his A game. And he's one of those guys, man. Got high boxing IQ, very athletic. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get your feet underneath you. He's still a young guy. He's been putting it together beautifully as of late. He's going to need it tonight against a very experienced Antonio Moran.
Paulie, in your career, you were up against some of the best. That's what Moran has faced. What do you take out of that you can use tonight? You've taken on the big names, big lights. What do you take that against a Myquan Williams who hasn't necessarily been there yet?
Well, you hope that you have enough left and it's not been punched out of you, because Moran has been in some very tough fights. But like we talked about, Moran has had a good, successful run on ProBox TV. First and foremost, you take the experience. You say, okay, I've got the experience that maybe I can show this kid some things he hasn't seen. Number 2, on ProBox TV, you won our tournament. We had a tournament early on ProBox TV, our last chance tournament. Moran won it, so you can say, you know what, this is my house. ProBox is my house. We may be traveling, but it's still ProBox. He hasn't been beaten here, so he can take the confidence in knowing, you know what, I'm back here at home. You got to latch on to something. And, of course, you don't want the young man, Myquan Williams, to get off to a confident start early on. Young guys, especially the quick starters, they're sharp. You want to start building up that doubt in Myquan Williams' mind so that maybe he can have one of those inconsistent performances like he had earlier in his career. We will see.
Now, Paul, you're a resident soccer fan, right? You know, you're Italian. You know the deal. So you know about a kit, right? Head to toe, you're all the same. A lot of kits for Myquan Williams around this arena, head to toe with the 16. He turned pro in 2016. The crowd will definitely be behind Myquan Williams. Chris, you know from experience how that can lift you up.
Oh, man, I was a hometown kid, man. I know what that's like, man. You can draw energy from the crowd. You can draw energy from your people. You're in there. Could be a slow fight. You hear something. You hear something in the background. Ooh, that spurs you on. Or you're in a tough situation. You hear them cheering your name. Man, it gets that blood flowing, that heart rate racing. I mean, it can really help you out when you're in a jam.
Yeah, we're going to need that energy tonight as we get underway with the Contender Series here on ProBox TV. Jonathan Lopez, Rene Alvarado. Look at the odds. Jonathan Gio Lopez minus 5,000. Rene Alvarado plus 1,600. Huge underdog in this fight. Why? The amateur credentials, the skills we have seen in the pros. So it's so impressive. Like I said, Chris Algieri told me, watch this kid, only 21 years old, same height, a slight reach advantage for Rene Alvarado, fighter from Managua, Nicaragua. Rest in peace, Alexis Arguello. Have to say that as we get started. Lupe Contreras, get us going in our opening bout of the Contender Series.
We continue with the action inside of 2300 Arena, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's another edition of ProBox TV. Being presented to you by Bet Online and Wild Casino. This contest, 10 rounds or less in the super featherweight division. Este duelo a 10 vueltas en la división peso super pluma. Los jueces, the judges, Kevin Morgan, Justin Rubenstein, and Lynn Carter. Presenting the blue corner, he enters wearing white with gold trim, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de blanco con vivos dorados. Su peso oficial, 131 libras y un cuarto, his official weight, 131 1/4 pounds. Esta noche acepta el reto y se enfrenta a otro rival invicto en su 50º combate a nivel profesional. con 34 victorias, 15 derrotas, 22 de sus victorias por la vía de knockout. Tonight, he accepts the challenge and faces another undefeated opponent in his 50th professional bout with 34 victories against 15 losses, 22 of those victories coming by way of KO. The former WBA Super Featherweight Champion of the world, de Managua, Nicaragua, René Gemelo Alvarado. Across the ring in the red corner, en la esquina opuesta, vestido de negro con plateado, he steps in wearing black with silver. He weighed in at 131.5 pounds de toda la báscula, a un peso oficial de 131 libras y media. Tonight, against his toughest opposition to date, he enters the place where no O is safe, the ProBox TV ring, and puts his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 17 victories, 12 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche entra a la zona de peligro y pone su récord invicto en juego de 17 victorias, 12 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Fighting out of Orlando, Florida, and representing all of Puerto Rico, Gio La Roca Lopez. With final instructions, referee Harvey Dock.
Okay, guys, we went over the instructions earlier. As a reminder, obey my commands at all times, protect yourself at all times. Obedeceme todo el tiempo, todos los guantes. Buena suerte. Good luck.
Ready to go. Round number one. First fight of the Contender Series. Gio Lopez, fighting out of Orlando, Florida, started his career in Mexico in the black. Rene Alvarado from Managua, Nicaragua, in the gold and white. We are ready to go. Gentlemen, it's easy to talk about the names that Alvarado hasn't faced in the division. He's faced Rocky Juarez, William Zepeda, Yuriorkis Gamboa, Jojo Diaz.
You beat Yuriorkis Gamboa, right?
And Lamont Roach as well.
Lamont Roach as well.
Who Jonathan Lopez has been training with, actually.
Yep, been sparring with him, training with him. As I said, started his career in Mexico. He said, I won the World Youth Games in Mexico. Came up tough.
And Lopez is a guy that I've had my eye on for quite some time. You know, we actually called one of his fights in Mexico on our ProBox TV air a few years ago. It looked impressive that night. But one of those young men who's been fast-tracked because of the talent and the potential.
You know, so poise and maturity in a prospect. You know, sometimes talent and potential, a prospect has it, but do they have the poise and maturity to go up the ladder? You know, with Lopez, he's a very mature young man, and that's why I think people, you know, starting to believe in him more and more. And you see him with a guy like Alvarado, who's always been a headache. Whether he wins or loses, it's been a headache for a lot of people.
Well, another guy that he fought a few fights ago, Eduardo Baez, another guy who's been on our air, gave Angel Leo trouble. Yeah. You know, he fought him in his 10th pro fight, which is mind-blowing to me. But also, Lopez is one of those road warrior guys who travels around from camp to camp. He was in camp with Reynoso. He's been in camp with Lamont Roach. You know, he travels all around the country and sometimes out of the country to get the best training possible.
Gio Lopez, it's easy to forget he's 21 years old. Does not carry himself like a 21-year-old.
Not at all. Not at all. I was working out in the gym the night before the weigh-in, and I'm sorry, the morning of the weigh-in. He was getting his last little sweat on. And just handling it like a pro should.
What did Tony Sirico say in the Gotti movie when they found John Gotti not guilty? That's what I've been telling you. I'm telling you right there. He's mature. He's been mature.
Just like I've been saying.
Poised for his age. That's what I've been telling you.
Never hear you talking subversive. Never, Paulie. Never. Good stuff from Gio so far. Talk about that poise and maturity.
You ever hear DB talk subversive?
Yeah, never heard him talk subversive. Never. We will keep going, by the way, if someone doesn't stop us. We will do it all night.
Seeing a battle of range here between these two guys. Lopez, I mean, it's a bit of a fencing match so far. In and out from Lopez. He's trying to gauge the length of Alvarado.
And you talk about the DC style. They don't overmove a whole lot. They kind of stay in the pocket, very poised and calm, ready to catch and shoot.
Well, when you're a counterpuncher, you want to stay within range. You want to make the miss, of course, with a little bit of push and pull. But you want to make the miss by a hair, not by a mile.
Alvarado's a bit awkward too, so he punch a little bit and he comes in with his head, so you got to be careful too with the headbutts, especially the Lopez, the southpaw.
And in phenomenal shape is Alvarado, man. 36 years old. We saw him at the weigh-in yesterday. Like, man, this guy's ripped.
It's okay. Everything's good. Just tranquilo, you know? Slow things down, you know? You got it.
Welcome back, getting ready for round number 2. First fight of our Contender Series. Gio Lopez versus Rene Alvarado. And Lopez looking very, very poised, what we would expect. Not a ton of fireworks, but sound defense, good counter punching for the fighter from Orlando, Florida. Good fighters like to read you in the first couple rounds, and then they start reacting. Already some more reactions out of Gio Lopez.
Gio Lopez, he doesn't burn a lot of energy at all. He holds his position. Actually, me looking at him, I'm like, wait, he doesn't move his head a lot either. But you know what? He's got a very cognizant understanding of range and where he's at. He knows how to, you know, kind of step out and step in that range, even if he doesn't have an energy burning style at all.
No. But he's very controlling in the ring. Yeah. His body posture.
Doesn't waste punches. See, right there, he steps out of range when he needs to. When Alvarado tries to step in.
Oh, nice hook on the inside.
Tried that earlier cleanly, but this one was nice and clean. Also using that straight left hand to the chest to sort of stabilize Alvarado for the follow-up hook.
Nice up down there. Started at the head, came down, finished to the body with straight left hand, right to the pit of the stomach.
See, Alvarado not trying to use that physical style.
Yeah, does not want to get into a boxing match tonight. Wants to turn this one into a brawl.
Body shot there from Alvarado on the inside. There he goes, letting his hands go.
That often invites the counter.
That's the thing too. A lot of times when you fight Mexican fighters, you start hitting them too cleanly, too much, and you wake them up. Sometimes you want to let sleeping dogs lie and just try to, you know, touch them up a little bit.
But that's the thing. Yeah, but that's the thing Gio Lopez talked about. He says, you know, I came up, started out in Mexico. I'm used to durable guys. I'm used to guys who throw a lot of punches. I'm used to guys who can take a lot of shots. So, in a sense, Alvarado's cut from the cloth I'm used to.
Yeah, well, Alvarado's actually from Nicaragua, but definitely Mexican style.
Right.
And Lopez is used to that. But you're seeing where the similarities come from. You know, this style that Alvarado employs to the Mexican style. Very aggressive, lets his hands go in combinations, very durable. And not to mention man strength. That's something you always talk about, Jimmy. And you know, Gio Lopez is 21 years old, and Rene Alvarado's 36. He could beat his father, actually.
Yeah. Looking for that straight counter from the southpaw stance.
Oh,
got it again.
Beautiful. Head off line, right down the middle with the straight left hand.
Alvarado clearly with the, I'll fight that accuracy with volume.
Yep, or I'm going to walk through the shots and get to you. He can't match you for speed, so he's going to have to take some in order to get there. But once he gets there, he's going to let those hands fly.
A few months back, Morel versus Benavidez. Paul, you and I watched together, and you said Morel's better A to B speed, but Benavidez able to get in, just throw a bit more on the inside.
Overwhelmed.
Yeah.
That's what Alvarado would like to do here.
Like to, but having trouble finding and keeping the range.
That A to B speed. I like that. Bang.
That nice left hand, right hook combination by Lopez, and you saw how he steps around after the hook. You see the fundamental steps around and then gets out.
Yeah, but when you say that, you're going to Paulie credit. A to B speed. From beginning to end, he's faster, but you can be faster in the middle.
Well, I always talked about Pacquiao versus Amir Khan, because I fought them in back-to-back fights, and people always talk about they were some of the fastest guys of our generation. Manny Pacquiao's A to B speed, his first step, was much faster than Khan. But Khan's combination punching was much faster than Manny's.
Benavidez got inside of Morel and made it about combination punching. He could win that battle.
It's like the 0 to 60 or quarter mile, right?
Yep.
Exactly. Different speed.
Different kinds of speed. There's different kinds of power. There's also different kinds of speed.
See what changes are made in round number 3. Gio Lopez, no surprise, starting off straight with the power shot.
If you notice, he does that each and every round. Even in the first round, he came out with a hard 1-2 right down the middle. Sets the tone early.
He doesn't want to want you to get any ideas to start pressing too much or something like that. He'd like to control range. That's the kind of style, you know, Gio Lopez wants to have. He wants to have that middle range style here where he controls you at this particular distance. That's what he wants to hold it at. If you see Alvarado stepping in, and then you see Lopez stepping back out, but it doesn't step out too far. It steps out just enough to keep it at middle range.
He sets and controls that critical distance line beautifully, and you can tell that's something that they work on throughout camp, because he holds his ground, holds his position, and puts you in your place.
And people would say, oh, why wouldn't he just get all the way out of time? Well, here, I'll tell you what. At middle range, nice shot there. You can do stuff just like that. At middle range, you have the option to punch back, and your opponent starts to realize if you hold your position at middle range, you always have the option to punch back, so your opponent has to be careful with their own aggression.
Lopez looks like he's found his range. He's opening up with his offense quite a bit here in round 3. There's that range there of Alvarado swinging and missing, hit nothing but air, because Lopez understands their distance at this point.
Once again, world youth champion. Title he won in Mexico. Does have that decorated amateur background. Man, great fundamentals. We're seeing that here.
Watch that left hook from Alvarado. It's very, very tricky shot there to use against the southpaw. That lead side of the body is in front and open for that left hook. That's that liver side is in front for the southpaw. Alvarado's been pretty consistent throwing and landing that.
Watch that head there. You see almost a clash of heads there as Lopez trying to fly in with that uppercut to the body.
Lopez usually gets his head offline pretty good.
That's a good shot to the body.
Good body shot.
That buckled the knees. I think it was so much momentum.
I think he stepped on his foot a little bit too. And then he switches it up.
Starting to put some more mustard on those shots is Lopez.
Chris, you're talking about that being one of your favorites, that shovel punch from the southpaw.
It's such a great weapon to the body, that rear hand up and under the rib cage. Oh, wow, love that. Left hand, straight uppercut, then left hand again.
Alvarado talked about his mental toughness, recently fought in Japan, hostile territory.
Without the head movement, Lopez can be feinted a little bit. Alvarado is not using feints here because Lopez stands right in front of you, but he's not. And he controls range very, very well. You'd like to see Alvarado maybe use a feint or two so he can get Lopez to jump or bite on something false.
Yeah, Lopez lives off his reactions for his head movement, which can be dangerous with a fast guy.
Gio Lopez in his corner. Good round, landing power punches from the southpaw stance. Let's take a look at it, gentlemen.
Yeah, changing levels. That's where you saw that little trip up, but I think it was actually the foot got tied up. There's a nice combination, 3-punch combo.
And that was nice getting the uppercut in between the guard like that.
Splitting the guard, then threading the needle with the left hand. But then also, as you mentioned earlier, Champ, cuts an angle, gets out. Goes to the weak side and gets out. Stays invisible.
Gio Lopez, not the kind of guy so far to, as we say, admire his work. Circling out very well. Round number 4 scheduled for 10.
Also winning the lead foot battle. If you guys can't see it at home, but we're looking at the feet of Lopez. He consistently keeps his lead foot outside the toes of Alvarado, and when he steps in for the strikes, gets outside that foot.
Another stumble with the feet. It's been a consistent theme in this fight. Alvarado trying to find his footwork. It's just hard to corral Gio
21
Lopez.
years old, you got nice reactions, right?
Yeah.
And then when you got a combination of a good sense of position and speed and reactions, their instincts, makes it tough to hit. Again, that's why I want to see Alvarado maybe use some feints. Because not a lot of head movement even at close range from Lopez, but a lot of reactiveness. So maybe you try something different. You try to feint them out of position a little bit. Try to put them in a place by making them react to a feint first.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's not more feints being used from the veteran Alvarado, because he's never been a fast guy. So if you're not fast, you got to use feints.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, even for Lopez, because Lopez is fast, so the feint, even seeing some more feints from Lopez will make his style even that much more deadly effective. A little bit of stepping on the feet here with the.
Yeah, it's going to happen a lot.
Nice uppercut followed by the straight left hand down the middle. Picks the head up and then hits it with a straight.
You talk about no fat on his punches. Lopez throws diet punches. It's just crisp.
I like that. Diet punches.
No fat on these things. Paulie, it's like the meals Chris eats after a win, before his 10-mile run, after his 12-round fight. You know,
they're diet, but they also got mustard on them.
Diet punches with mustard, making up stuff right here. ProBox TV. That's why you tune in. That's why millions are watching.
A little blood from the nose of Alvarado.
Yeah, you don't get the feeling that any one punch has done it, but the accumulation of damage starting to wear on Alvarado a little bit.
You know, a lot of times uppercuts cause nosebleeds. It could have been an uppercut. It could have been one of those straight left hands down the middle. Hard to pinpoint exactly which punch. Good reactions once again. Lopez goes out from the weak side.
Right now, just look, it's very difficult for Alvarado to perturb Lopez in any way.
Yeah, good strategic clinch there by Lopez as well. You got trapped on the ropes. Also smart.
Nice stab, straight left hand down to the body, buried that shot underneath the elbows.
10 seconds left to go, round number 4. A round that dominated by the technique of Gio Lopez.
Ooh.
Could be one of those things where frustration starting to set in. Looking for this style. We're going to see a lot of it next week. That's right, Jordan Short Dog White, 18-1 versus Matias Romero, 29-3. The DC style on display. It's going to be next week. A lot of DC fighters fighting a lot like Gio Lopez, who's sparring with those guys, is fighting tonight. Calm, cool, collected, nice technique. Staying in the pocket, but still hard to hit. Paulie, it's a tough combination to work with.
Yeah,
for Alvarado.
Absolutely. You know, especially Alvarado, you're a little bit older as well. You know, you're dealing with this, you know, lightning quick kid who's got an intelligent IQ in there as well. You know, and he doesn't forget the fundamentals. You know, as the champ said before, you know, steps out on the weak side every time. You know, he doesn't give you the chance to even fire back when he does hit you, or he runs out of room. He's intelligent. He has intelligent clenches and whatnot. Really fights like with veteran tactics, but with youth energy and youth speed.
Does Lopez. In round number 5, we'll see if the veteran and Alvarado can come up with something. So far, it has been a technical wipeout. Alvarado 34-15, 22 of those wins by knockout.
It's an interesting little fact.
Oh, they forgot a mouthpiece. That's wild.
Look at the power punch just landed. Lopez lead over Alvarado 39-31. Also, when he's landed, it's been clean, gentlemen.
Yeah, clean, eye-catching shots. So even though those numbers aren't that far apart, you know, the ones that the most visible and the heaviest connects, certainly on the side of Lopez. Although Rene Alvarado is mixing those shots in there. Normally they come in combination from Alvarado.
Yeah.
Because he has to get to the right position and distance.
And none of them are landing clean.
No, none of them are landing clean.
Whatever is landing for Alvarado, there's not been one clean landed punch, at least on the power side by Alvarado.
Nice right hook.
And again, you get out on the weak side again.
Beautiful.
Always out.
Automatic pilot. Yep, automatic pilot.
It's a well-trained kid.
You know, he doesn't fight like a cute southpaw. He fights very fundamental. He fights the way I would fight a southpaw. you land and you go out the weak side.
Also cerebral in his approach.
Yeah, and you're seeing that. Speaking of cerebral, Jimmy, you're seeing that he sets up downstairs and shoots a power shot upstairs after setting up a touch shot downstairs.
And he's varying that left hand. Sometimes he throws it straight
over the
to the head. Sometimes he throws it straight to the body. Sometimes he throws it over the top. Very smart tie-ups. Keeps his head out of position, out of harm's way from accidental clashes. Well schooled.
And Alvarado has not been able to bait Gio Lopez into a brawl yet.
Alvarado just walked Lopez into a little shot there.
Little clash of heads. being complained about by Alvarado.
I was going to say a little historical tidbit of information. 10 years ago, Rene Alvarado fought Eric Hunter, Philadelphia fighter, right in this room.
Really?
Yeah.
Whose son fought on our undercard tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It all comes around, ladies and gentlemen.
10 years ago.
If you stay in this sport long enough. Told myself I wouldn't cry tonight because I'm old. But, yeah, stuff like that makes you feel pretty ancient.
Eric Hunter, very, very talented Philadelphia fighter. One of those guys, just short of winning a world title, but world class in every way.
His son looked fantastic tonight. All right, now Gio Lopez seeing everything go his way. Another nice straight left. Look at the end and look at that. Footwork on the way out, gentlemen.
Dude, to be able to get out of that without getting touched, that was very impressive.
Just keep it tight. Use the other hand. Get close enough. Fighting an export champion. We're gonna go, you know. Just keep it right. Use the other one. Okay? Use the other one. Vivo, cabrón. Vivo, vivo. Creo que tal vez ahora, comenzando el round, no comencé tirando todo agresivo. Pero vivo, madre, vivo.
Ready to begin round number 6. And if there's a way to deal with that man, Gio Lopez, and his technique, tight, accurate southpaw, so far Rene Alvarado has not found a way to do it. The veteran has tried. He's been mentally and physically in this fight so far, but tactically, it's been a wipeout for Gio Lopez as we begin round number 6. We're halfway through this fight, scheduled for 10. Question at this point might be, you know, will Gio Lopez try to step it up and get the finish? 17 wins, 12 of them by knockout.
I saw Lopez roll his right arm out a little bit before he went to the corner, and he came out beginning this round kind of punching at the air with that lead arm.
That's stretching it again.
It's more like the shoulder.
Could be a shoulder problem.
I believe that's the same side that there is a scar, or it looks like a surgical scar on his right shoulder.
Still a lot of fight to go. Still half 50% of the fight to go. So.
Against a veteran guy.
Yeah, see him now leading with the rear hand.
And he's not coming back with the hook like he was before.
That could be damage to the right shoulder of Gio Lopez.
I think we might have a cut on Alvarado on that right side, right eye.
Don't see any blood right now. Might be an abrasion.
Hard to see. They're fighting on the inside now. A lot of smothering.
Yeah, Lopez trying to land that left hand and smother, take away the play from Alvarado to be able to return fire. He's not able to step around because he's not using the hook after the left hand.
Yeah, he's not using that lead arm anymore. That lead hand. That's the thing, a guy like Alvarado who's so durable, so experienced. You know, you got to think you're going 10 tonight.
Yeah. And shaking it out again, and certainly a problem with the right shoulder of Gio Lopez.
Yeah, not having a lead hand for half the fight. Ooh.
Nice
Pretty good with the straight left, however.
I wonder if he can at least use it as a blur, you know, and a lead hand, sort of the
frame it
or
post it out.
Yeah, exactly. He's not even doing that, and something to.
That's the thing about shoulders, though. It's not like a hand or like an elbow. Your shoulders.
You may not be able to lift it, right?
Right. And even all this is not going to help.
It's not going to help either. Wrestling.
Wrestling, real tough on the shoulders.
Yeah, he's rolling that
thing
out.
Trying to stick it out now.
But as you said, just as a frame, a little bit of a distraction. Still great footwork from Gio Lopez.
Alvarado starting to realize that.
See, it almost looks like it's like a partial tear.
Yeah.
Like a dent. It looks like a dent in the upper bicep.
It's going to be a tough second half of the fight for Lopez. He fought brilliantly early on.
Still fighting well, but
yeah, that bicep looks compromised.
Bicep tear, it's no fun. Yeah.
Yeah,
you can see it.
Yeah, there's a big divot in the top of the bicep there. A lot of times what happens is that the shoulder comes right over into that bicep tendon.
I gotta say, gentlemen, fighting one-handed, he's done pretty well.
Well, it's only been one round.
Yeah.
And like the champ was saying, we'll wonder if this gets a little better, that he can start using it as a distraction or a frame that he can land some of those big shots. But he landed some good, nice left hands in that round anyway, and also didn't take any damage.
Again, this will test your poise. We talk about a poised fighter. This will test your poise. So far around 60 foot, very poised. Obviously, he had to give up a lot of ground, but he landed. Any of the clean shots that landed around 6 were landed by Lopez, in my opinion. But Alvarado made it, a little bit more uncomfortable as the pressure was getting closer, right?
But hopefully the judges are paying attention. They're not doing comparative rounds.
Yeah.
Because that was comparatively a better round for Alvarado,
Yeah.
but it still didn't do enough to win the round.
Yeah.
But a judge who's not paying attention will go, oh, that's Alvarado round,
Yeah.
which it should not be.
Well, if we as analysts catch these things of injuries, judges sit ringside for way more fights than even us, right? So you would think that they'd be at least have some of the intelligence to see that there might be an injury and maybe there's not to do with the comparison rounds.
But even if there is an injury, I don't think they can. That shouldn't really play.
It's not, if you don't throw, you don't throw.
But you notice the adjustment.
Yeah.
You have to notice the adjustment, though. There's an adjustment. It's not like he's fighting worse. He's just using the adjustment.
Right. So in terms of comparison, I understand what you're saying.
And Alvarado now trying to turn it on.
Alvarado's starting to see it.
Yeah, he's got a compromised fighter in front of him. The problem with tears is they don't get better.
No.
They get worse, and that just is what it is. You have to wonder, did Lopez bank all 7 rounds leading in? 6 rounds leading into this. I don't know if he can lose the rest of these rounds. And think he can win a decision.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you gotta have balls to make Alvarado minus 5,000 on the dog. I don't care.
Very true.
These you know what happened with these odds makers? They got confident again because it was a couple. We started traveling with ProBox and some of the underdogs got robbed. So they're like, all right, the underdogs aren't winning anymore.
Back to normal.
We can go back to normal now because they just get robbed now. I don't know, bro. Now minus 5,000. Alvarado's starting to look pretty live with this injury that Lopez is showing.
That's the thing, man. It's boxing. We ain't playing patty cakes in there. People get hurt.
Still using great footwork. Still trying to set things up with that power left hand. One thing about Gio Lopez's powers, he's been landing effectively, but there hasn't been that get off me kind of power where Alvarado won't feel good coming in. Yeah, he's eating some shots, but he's worn them well.
Yeah, but especially as a one-handed fighter.
Yes.
It's very, very
And
different.
Alvarado, there is no get off me. He's going to be that guy no matter how hard you hit.
Yeah, he's got world-class chin and durability. And, Lopez's ability to keep Rene off him, Alvarado off him, was being frustrating and making him miss and being invisible like that.
Yeah.
And Lopez is going to have to work a lot harder these next couple rounds. He's going to have to do this and move and box, but he still has that repertoire in his bag that he can pull it out. He's just got to make the decision that this is how I'm going to have to win this fight.
You see Alvarado cutting the ring off again. This is a vet, man. See? He's not going to make it easy.
He's got
footwork again.
But a guy like this, he's got slow feet anyway, Alvarado. You just got to keep turning him. But it's a lot. It's a very energetic style. Yep.
Oh, nice overhand left and out again.
Alvarado walks right through it though.
They say them don't get hit.
Yeah.
The Lopez, right? But how much are the judges making comparison rounds like what we're talking about?
What is it? If it's a little tight, just keep it tight. Stay in there.
Welcome back to a fight that just got dramatic. Round number 8 ready to go. A bicep tear, it looks like, for Gio Lopez. Alvarado starting to sense that he has an injured fighter in front of him. Turned it on in round number 7. 3 more to go in this fight scheduled for 10. A fight that Gio Lopez looked to have well in hand. We're underway. Round number 8. Gut check kind of test.
Still not
for the
sure.
Young undefeated fighter.
Still not sure if it's actually bicep or if it's shoulder tendon. It could be either way. I know we're seeing a little.
I know we haven't seen a right hook.
Change.
I know we haven't seen a right hook thrown since.
Or a fully extended jab.
Right. Let's just say, gentlemen, nothing fun either way. It's either a torn shoulder or bicep. Yeah, look at the last round. Total punches landed. Alvarado doubling Lopez's total in round 7.
But you can also see Lopez, whether it was him or his corner, has made the decision, all right, this is how we have to win this fight now.
Yeah.
You got to be mobile. You got to be lateral. You got to stay invisible. Counter when you can. Now we're going to get to see how slick Jonathan Lopez can be on full defense mode.
Also, a lot of this is going to rest on the judges. How much did they see it as a wipeout in the opening 6 rounds before the injury?
Judges do have a tendency just to score to the guy who's coming forward.
Not that that's right, but
right, no.
It just shows ineptitude more than anything else.
Yeah, it's actually very not right. This is boxing. It's hit and don't be hit. It's not walk forward like a robot.
And then depending on how A or B side each guy is, that doesn't matter because we saw Golovkin and Canelo the first fight.
Oh, nice counter left hand again. And moving, avoiding the big punches. So anything Lopez has, it is footwork.
You know what's interesting about a style like this? Some guys make their whole careers like this, right? They fight very defensive, land single pot shots here and there.
Call them stinkers.
But the issue is, and they'll win fights like that. No, make a whole career like that. But the issue is when you start one way and then change to this way.
Yeah.
Do judges look at that and be like, oh well, he got hits with something and now he's changing his style, or why is he doing?
He's
that?
running.
Yeah, he's running. Now he's running because comparatively, once again.
But again. Why does it have to be that he get hit with something? You can't see that he's injured too? I mean, is it only us that are going to notice that he's injured? If you're at ringside at 100 fights a year, you got to notice when somebody's injured. There's no excuse for not realizing it.
Hey, that's a nice thought, Paulie. It is. It's a really nice thought.
The assumption of competence is a wonderful thing, but it isn't always the way it goes.
Look at that nice defense there by Lopez. I mean, sharp stuff there.
And for people at home, and maybe some judges who aren't paying attention, defense is actually scored as well. That's one of the judging criteria. If you show incredible ability to make your opponent miss, what's that old saying? Willie Pep won a round without throwing a punch or out landing a punch or something like that?
Not with today's judges.
Exactly. And things have changed so much. There was a little jab. An attempt, at least.
How's the knee? Huh? Go great here. I got it. No vine con Jackie, cuando ya lo tenga seguro. Ese es good. Agua. No. Ese es derecho. Sometimes get close enough feint and do, right? You don't have to try to knock him out. Hey, quedan dos.
We're underway. The drama continues. Round number 9. The drama is Gio Lopez suffering what looks to us like a shoulder or bicep injury. And once again, Alvarado, total punches landed one again in round number 8.
I'm telling you right now, guys, I was trying to really count those. I don't know where the 8 came from. I'm telling you right now. This guy did not land 8 punches last round.
Well, there is absolutely no way Alvarado landed more punches than the Lopez last round.
I'm
just throwing that out there.
Just throwing it out there. I was trying to see because I was really looking at Lopez like, wow, I was like, he's really slick. It's hard to hit him clean. And Lopez, that's a more eye-catching shot than anything Alvarado lands.
Also, the more damaging. I mean, it looks like there's. I said it earlier. There's mustard on the shots. Alvarado was literally just trying to touch because he's basically been punching at a ghost all night.
Sometimes Alvarado's so frustrated, he just pushes his hands out just to try to touch something.
2 more rounds to go. This one's scheduled for 10.
That's what I'm saying. It's hard. It's not getting hit.
Yep. Dan, the Puerto Rican fighter, came up in Mexico, bank enough rounds to win. No real intention of knocking Alvarado out. Hasn't hit him with a lot of meaningful punches.
Or Alvarado landed a shot or two.
With the injuries, unable to use his lead hand.
But also Alvarado has taken some of the steam off the shots because he's so accustomed to missing at this point. Early on, he was throwing some hard shots, especially to the body. Now he's just putting the punches out there. Also, he's not getting countered like he was earlier, so we can throw him a little slower. It's one thing to fight with one hand. It's really another thing to fight with your lead hand. Yeah. Hurting your rear hand. Listen, you got a good lead hand. You can jab and hook your way through a whole fight, let alone a couple rounds. But when it's just your rear hand,
that takes a lot of IQ. And that's why it's been impressive with Lopez. He still forces Alvarado to kind of respect him. Yes, Alvarado's increased the pressure, but it's not been like he's gone gung-ho. Like he still has to respect the attack of Lopez. But Alvarado cuts off the ring so well. You see that?
Great pressure. It's great side steps. He understands it.
But he doesn't close the gap. He cuts off the ring, but he's still leery of closing the gap because he knows how quick the trigger of Lopez is, even with one hand.
But Alvarado, he doesn't have explosive feet. One of the most impressive lead hand injured performances I've ever seen was Sergey Derevchenko versus Mbili.
Yeah.
He tore his bicep really bad in that fight and went on to, fight tooth and nail with just his rear hand.
All the way to the end.
Yep.
Well, that's what's going to take from Gio Lopez. One more round to go. Can the compromised fighter pull it out? That is the question.
Last round, we got touch gloves.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside of 2300, one more to go. This is the 10th and final round.
Último round, get it. Hit whenever you want to hit. It's easy. They can miss. Touch them. Boom. You got to knock them out.
Gio Lopez in his corner getting ready for round number 10. Bicep or shoulder injury has plagued him since, I believe it was round number 7.
I thought it was earlier than that. Though.
Yeah, it could have been. I think it was round 6.
5 or 6, yeah.
Nah, it was at the end of round 5.
Yeah.
End of round 5.
I remember it was round 6 is when he really came out.
6, he used one hand, and we were like, right, he's got past 50% of the fight, right?
So did he bank enough? Can he bank enough? That is the question. Fighting one-handed and expect Alvarado to come at him with everything.
Good hand fighting in here on the inside.
Yep.
What an upset this would be if the fighter from Nicaragua able to give the fighter from Puerto Rico his first loss. And Lopez a huge favorite in this fight.
You can see Lopez. He's definitely spent time in Mexico. The way he's able to tie guys' hands up on the inside without taking any damage.
And it's those straight left hands followed by immaculate footwork that have been the story of this fight so far for Lopez. They've been just enough.
He's had to use level changes to land that rear hand now.
It was devastating when he had both hands.
Yeah.
Now he's surviving with one.
Yeah, Alvarado really putting on the pressure here now.
Yeah. This is by far the best round for Alvarado thus far.
Yeah, fighting like he has nothing to lose, which he doesn't.
Lopez doubling up the rear hand on the inside there.
Kid's got guts for days. Hasn't been able to throw a jab from that right side, as we said, since about round 6.
There's one.
Yeah, but he's kind of placing his aim in it.
But that's okay because you can blind a guy. The old 1-2.
Yeah.
You just blind him a little bit. Just put it in his field of vision and then drop that left hand behind it. Which I wish I would like to see Lopez do that more.
But he's done a great job, changing levels, punching from different levels, aiming into different places.
Super creative.
Changing distance. This could have went really, this could have went sideways quickly with that lead hand being injured. I mean, Alvarado's going to have made it close on the scorecards. I'm not sure Alvarado's still going to have done enough to win. I mean, he's winning this round, I think, for sure. But, I'm not quite sure I would see Alvarado having done enough to win the whole fight, especially with the rounds early on that Lopez banked.
Just under 40 seconds.
I mean, I don't know how you
round number 10.
When I don't know how you could give Alvarado any of those early rounds. I mean, first 5 rounds when Lopez had 2 hands.
You could argue even the fights, the rounds since he's been hurt have been even. Right. Maybe you could split them. We'll have to see what the judges have to say in about 15 seconds. 10 seconds now.
The fact that he didn't get it clean, even after hurting his hand, is crazy. He's not taking clean shots. Some good body shots by Alvarado.
And that is it. Round number 10. And it is all over. It's just in the hands of the judges now. Gio Lopez, a huge favorite in this fight. Well, that injury changed everything. Did it change the outcome? That is the question. Don't know how many people in this crowd understand. They can't see what we see, which is a clearly compromised. See the divot in the bicep right there. The right arm of Gio Lopez.
One arm, one leg. Good. Huh?
But mentally, physically, tactically, responded about as well as he could have, gentlemen.
Yeah, Champ, you spoke about his maturity and how he doesn't seem like a 21-year-old. He carried that rest of that fight in that manner as well. Very, very mature handling of an injury in the middle of your biggest fight. Your toughest opponent to date.
Big question, though. How did the judges see it? Went all 10 rounds. Smile on the face of Gio Lopez. He believes he did enough. Well, Lupe Contreras has the judges' scorecards. He will end all suspense in the ring. Lupe, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going 10 rounds, the official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 10 vueltas, esta es la decisión oficial. El juez Morgan anotó 97-93. Judge Morgan scores it 97-93. El juez Rubenstein 100-90. Judge Rubenstein scores it 100-90. Y la juez Carter anotó 98-92. Judge Carter scores it 98-92. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Los tres a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. Bori, repping all of Puerto Rico. Gio La Roca Lopez.
Gentlemen, one judge had 100-90 with a compromised arm.
Well, that's the judge that even if Lopez would have went down 3 times in the fight and he would have still gave it to him. That's just an A-side judge. Sometimes those kind of guys are just standard. But 97-93, even 98-92.
Sure.
Second half of the fight, Alvarado did make it competitive and give him 2, maybe 3 rounds.
I like 98-92. I could see 97-93 though.
Yeah, but I don't think you can go without Alvarado winning any rounds after it was clear that Lopez hurt his arm and wasn't using one hand. I think it was he wasn't throwing enough. There were some rounds where Alvarado was very busy, so you give him the rounds just on that. But nonetheless, a very impressive win. This is, to me personally, this is more impressive than any of the impressive wins Lopez has, because this is when you had to really get stressed about. You got a really solid veteran in front of you who can make things miserable. You got the injury, and you got to really stay poised, pick your shots, and pick your moments very, very intelligently under the stress, under duress. And he did it, and he proved why he's so poised and why he's so mature for his age.
You got a great team if you win a playoff with a backup quarterback. And that's essentially what, of course, Gio Lopez did. He won it compromised, didn't have a lead hand, pretty much in the back, the
half of the fight.
The back half of the fight, right? That's what he had to deal with, but all action 50-50 fights. That's what we pride ourselves on. Guy who puts those together. Of course, the owner, Gary Jonas, how he sees these fights, how he sees this main event. Very, very important. The reason he puts together, why he puts together, he can talk for himself in his own words. Gary Jonas, ProBox TV.
Coming off a huge win over Roman Villa.
Yeah.
So
Huge.
now he's coming in and he's saying, well, look, you know, we'll throw you in against Cruz, 17-1, 3 draws. And like you said, Cruz's only loss is to a guy who just won the belt. So this is a real good, you know, one of those 50-50 or close to it, very close to it matchups that we've managed to pull off. And we work very hard to kind of get these fights done. So again, we're excited about this. Got a little, you know, Ricardo Salas is Mexican. I think Cruz has got a Puerto Rican background to him. So there's a little Mexico-Puerto Rico going on here.
Momentum matters in this sport. So when these guys are fighting is really important. I think that's another thing that makes it so interesting, how we're able to put these fights together and making sure that we're getting the best fight possible at each guy's at the time of their career.
No doubt. And again, we've managed to pull these fights off and put them together. We make everyone a little bit nervous, but, you know, we find the right situation where people are ready to take the fight. And look, we're going to Philadelphia with what we think is one of our best cards. And it's the first time we're going to Philadelphia, and we know it's a great fight town. And we hope everybody who's watching from Philly, you know, comes on out and enjoys the show.
Before I let you go, just as Chris said, it's all about timing. When it comes to Myquan Williams, who has fought on ProBox TV here before, he's had 3 knockouts in a row. And Chris and I were discussing him before his last fight, once again on ProBox TV. He said, man, he's looked great, but he hasn't always put it together at the right time. It looks like he's putting it together at the right time right now. Is that what you're thinking, Gary?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, he really is quite a talented fighter. And sometimes guys that fight in his style, like they kind of get it together later, right? It takes a little while to perfect what they do. And, you know, we committed to sort of bringing him back and giving him a really good run at it. So, you know, he's been intermittent on our air, but we've sort of made arrangements with his team. And I think that you're going to see him come back every 90, you know, to 120 days. And Moran is one level, and it's a good test. Antonio's a measuring stick for sure. Tough Mexican fighter who's been in with the best of them. But then Myquan's going to get on a little run, keep coming back and ratcheting up. And I think, you know, he'll be one of the next fighters that we see in serious championship contention.
Well, it's been a great card so far tonight. We're looking forward to more next week in D.C., April 12th, with our co-main event about to go off here in Philadelphia. Myquan Williams, undefeated fighter, looking to add to his resume at the expense of Antonio Moran. Stick with us. ProBox TV rolls on.
Fans, Central Florida boxing fans, ProBox TV returns Saturday, May 10th in the main event. The war of words reaches its climax as Orlando's prodigal son, Erickson Lubin, faces IBF number 7 Ardriel Holmes Jr. with pride and a world title opportunity on the line. In the co-main event, one of the top prospects in the sport, undefeated Haitian Olympian, Darrell Blasval Saint, steps up in competition against the rugged 33-4 Rodolfo Orozco. Those two bouts top a night full of action featuring Nicholas Fly, Argentinian world champion Nazarena Romero, defending her belt against Mexican Mayeli Rosquero, with Puerto Rican American power punchers Naji Lopez and Dominic Valle.
Lubin versus Holmes is going to be a great fight next week. But right now in the ring here in Philadelphia, ready for our co-main event. Paulie, I love hearing from you about odds. It is my favorite thing on earth. And we know Myquan Williams, an absolutely huge favorite tonight. in this co-main event. My big question to you, minus 500, 4-1 favorite. Antonio Moran plus 300. Paulie, your thoughts?
Minus 400. You know what? Not bad. Not bad. But Mike Juan has been very, very impressive lately, you know?
Very good, especially when he puts it all together, which he has done on our air multiple times. He has the resume. Can he add to it tonight? 26 years old, right in his physical prime. His opponent, 32 years old, does have a bit of a height disparity, giving him 4 inches in height. Also, 2 inches of reach to Moran. Give me a great co-main event. Connecticut versus Mexico. And that's right, Lupe Contreras, get our co-main event going.
We continue with the action here inside of the 2300 Arena. Philadelphia, PA, it is ProBox TV. Being presented to you by Bet Online along with Wild Casino. This is our co-featured bout of the evening. 10 rounds. On the line, the vacant WBO International Super Lightweight title. Este es el duelo coestelar de esta noche. 10 vueltas por el título vacante internacional peso super ligero de la OMB. President Gustavo Olivieri. Our supervisor is Joe Hernandez. Our judges scoring the action. Lynn Carter, along with Bernard Bruni and Anthony Lundy. Presenting first, the fighter in the blue corner. He enters wearing gray with white trim, presentando la esquina azul. Vestido de gris con blanco. Detuvo la báscula, un peso oficial de 140 libras. He tipped the scales at an official 140 pounds. Esta noche, este azteca con pólvora en los puños entra en su 39º combate a nivel profesional con 30 victorias, 7 derrotas, 1 empate y 21 victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this Aztec power puncher enters the ring for the 39th time as a pro with 30 victories against 7 losses, 1 bout even, 21 of those victories coming by way of KO. De la Ciudad de México, Antonio Moran. In the red corner, en la esquina roja, vestido de negro con verde neón. He steps in wearing black with neon green. He weighed in at 139.5 pounds. Su peso oficial, 139 libras y media. Tonight, he risks it all, including his undefeated record of 22 victories. 2 bouts even, 11 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche pone en juego su récord invicto de 22 victorias, 2 empates, 11 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Repping East Hartford, Connecticut, Marvelous Mike Williams. Our referee with final instructions, Ricky Gonzalez.
Ya te di las reglas en el camerino. Protéjase todo el tiempo y obedece sus órdenes todo el tiempo. Gave you the instructions in the dressing room. I expect a good, clean fight. Protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch them up.
You see the height disparity in the ring between these two men. Mike Williams. So much height behind him. So many people in the audience supporting him tonight. You heard the pop. You also heard a pop for his opponent, Antonio Moran. And we are underway, round number 1. Mike Williams in the green and black. His opponent, Antonio Moran, in the gray. Moran talked about using the jab, using his range, getting in and out, staying away from the power of Mike Williams.
And Moran, basically, you know, he's been the kind of guy in boxing where if you're of the upper level, you're going to beat him. But if he'll kind of separate you from getting to that higher level. He's essentially a gatekeeper. You know? I don't know, a lot of guys, that word's a lot of times is overused. But really, in reality, Moran is sort of a gatekeeper because he can't ever seem to get the win against those higher level opponents. But he's able to win here at these levels. And if you're the one who's able to beat him, you're able to get to the higher levels. And so far, and that's the respectful thing about Moran. The guys that have beaten him are all of the higher level caliber.
Yeah, champion, a lot of times that's used as a derogatory term, and I don't see that with Moran. Yes, he's a gatekeeper. He's a very high-level gatekeeper. He's basically keeping you from being in the world title picture.
Yeah, well, he's a separation from it, right?
Right.
And he sees this as his opportunity. If I get the win, he goes, I'm in the world rankings. I get the big shot. I get the big fight.
Yeah.
And that's been denied me a little too long. That's how he sees it.
If you look at the losses from Moran in recent years, Andy Cruz, Jermaine Ortiz, Arnold Barboza Jr., Devin Haney, guys that Jose Pedraza. They're either guys that were world champions or fought for world titles.
The nice right hand.
Or are expected to be world champions at some point, right? Like Andy Cruz and Barboza, guys like that. Even Jermaine Ortiz, who's,
a world title challenger twice. Gave fits to both Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez. Yep. Maikwon doing a great job of controlling the center of the ring against a taller man. Has now put the taller man on his back foot. And Moran is big. I don't know how this guy from 135.
He's fighting at 140, though, no?
This is at 140, yes.
Yeah, he fought Haney at 135, right?
Yes, and Andy Cruz at 135. Fought Barboza at 140. Fought Pedraza at 135. Undefeated on our air at 140.
He fought Ortiz at 140, right?
I believe that fight. I think that was 130.
Moran being very aggressive despite having that reach advantage. Good combination in the corner. Maikwon Williams better know he's in a fight now.
Moran does have a good left hook to the body. We just saw that through a nice combination. Finishes downstairs. Oof. Oh! Explosive athleticism of Maikwon Williams on display there. His ability to change speeds makes him very difficult to deal with.
Good round. Good round. Keep that jab pumping, okay? Keep banging them. Keep banging them. Stabbing here, overhand right. Okay? Check, okay. Go ahead, Rob.
Certainly an interesting round number one. Maikwon Williams taking on the fighter with the range and height advantage in Antonio Moran. Interesting first round, gentlemen. Talk about the athleticism, the explosiveness of Maikwon Williams. Certainly on display, but he was forced to play on the outside a bit in that first round.
Yeah, I mean, Moran stepped to it in the beginning of the round, tried to control the center, tried to push Maikwon back. Maikwon took it back with that explosiveness, but pretty good nip tuck back and forth round. Both these guys trying to establish themselves as the man in control.
This fight scheduled for 10 rounds. Moran been there many times.
And Moran trying to establish that long jab there, trying to break up Maikwon Williams' rhythm, because Williams is basically a rhythm fighter. That speed comes off that rhythm. So Moran trying to establish that jab, trying to break up that rhythm a little bit.
Moran being smart too, because he's trying to hit Maikwon on the way in and the way out.
Yeah. But, smart by Maikwon there to try to counter that jab and maybe make Moran think about it a little bit. Maybe it'll come out less fluid.
One thing, Paulie, you talk about Maikwon Williams, having the skill set right now to compete against some elite guys in this weight class. You got the feeling in the fighter meeting, he kept trying to convince us that he wasn't looking past Moran. He's like, oh, no, I'm not looking past this guy. Oh, I want the future. I want this. I want that. But I'm not looking past this guy. He cannot afford to, right, Paulie?
Yeah, you can't afford to, but sometimes, when you
just do.
When you're not just when you do, it's also when you know you're of the level and you deserve the shot. You feel like it's never going to come because you're not able to overcome the politics of it, and you mentally sort of slack off, and it diminishes your level a little bit. That can happen. I'm not saying it's happening tonight, but that can happen to fighters. They sort of lose that enthusiasm for the
edge,
opportunity.
Yeah. You get stale. You stay on the outside too long looking in. It's easy to get stale, but I don't think that's the case with Maikwon. I mean, he's still young. He's been active as of late, but that hasn't always been the case for him in his pro career.
Yeah, 3 fights in 2024. Been very, very busy.
Been busy on our air, looking spectacular. This being certainly the toughest test of his career.
Last time out, looked flawless against Luis Feliciano. That was on our air. He was Feliciano at the time 17-0. That was in January 2024.
Yeah, undefeated, highly touted. Used to be signed by Golden Boy. Was Feliciano. Ooh, good right hand from Tonio over the top.
Good counter there by Maikwon Williams and a catch and shoot off the body shot by Moran.
Good understanding by Maikwan on how to fight a taller fighter, whether he's being all the way in or all the way out. Pretty effective at both ranges.
Moran feeling confident, chasing Maikwan Williams down.
Yeah,
trying to impose his physicality a little bit.
Moran looked like he thought he landed something good that Maikwan felt. Followed it right back up.
He bragged in the fighter meeting, "I've been training in elevation. My conditioning is fantastic at a 2-month camp." He's ready for a long fight.
Nice little short hook by Maikwan at the bell.
A lot of action so far in this fight. Here's some of it from that last round.
Boom, beautiful combination there. Long right hand followed by a slappy left hook. Both shots landed well.
Moran talking about his elevation training. You know, it's a good sign when Juan Manuel Marquez was like, "Yeah, I've run that trail. That same one that I used to run."
Literally asked him. He asked him where did you run? Because he told him where he was training. He goes, what was your running route? Like immediately, I was like, oh man, he knows exactly where he's training.
Like I said, when you're doing what Juan Manuel Marquez was doing, you're doing the right things. Ready to keep going. Round number 3. Maikwan Williams trying to solve the puzzle here. A little bit of a height and reach advantage of Antonio Moran. Fighter out of Mexico City. Maikwan Williams ranked 6th in the WBO. He says, I still have a lot to showcase. Don't let the rankings mean everything. Good right hand.
They both traded right hands. Moran landed a good one, and Maikwan came right back, answered it with a bigger shot.
Yeah, Maikwan times that jab well. He tries to throw it over the top, throw his right hand over the top of it. Doesn't always land the counter, but he gets that counter off a lot on Moran's jab.
But his style, he talked about the counter punching.
You see Moran now not as apt to throw the jab, not as enthusiastic about using that jab. You see that, right?
Yeah, he's fighting more off his back foot as well.
Kind of leery of that counter right hand. This is where Maikwan has to start establishing his jab. Once you take away the jab of your opponent, you'd like to see yourself kind of start establishing your own jab as it becomes easier because you don't have a guy jabbing with you. So you'd like to see Maikwan now establish that jab before Moran gets the confidence back in his own jab.
The right hand over the top. Maikwan's also very smart with little tricky punches on the inside to the body.
Ooh, nice left hook on the way out from Maikwan Williams.
Took off the jab, caught Moran a little tall.
I'd say he's been fighting more than a little tall tonight.
Yeah, he said he wanted to fight tall and long tonight, and he's doing that. But Maikwan's been able to take advantage at times. Stab jab there down low. You see a red spot over that lead rib cage of Moran. He's been taking those little stab jabs and right hands to the body.
Nice step in left hook again from Moran. I'm sorry, from Maikwan Williams.
And then you see Moran trying to establish his physicality. Not able to land a lot clean, but he's trying to establish that size in the ring and trying to back Maikwan off.
Trying to be the bully is the fighter from Mexico, but Maikwan Williams did a good job in this round, claiming the center.
working that body, just like you were doing. All right? Keep facing him. Keep stabbing him.
Welcome back. We're getting ready for round number 4. Quan Williams trying to stand his ground. He's a very tall fighter and doing well with those power punches, gentlemen.
Like I said, doing a really good job of transitioning from outside to inside and fighting well from the outside. Staying out of range of the taller man, but then when he fires across that critical distance line, lands those big shots, ties this man up, spins, gets back out.
Round number 4 scheduled for 10. Quan Williams, the 4-1 favorite, undefeated in his young career. 22-0, 11 knockouts. Look at the total punches landed. And it is razor thin, gentlemen. Moran 23, Williams 22. Round 3 was apparently a tie in terms of punches landed.
Yeah, it's definitely been a very, very tight fight. These guys back and forth.
Yeah, it's a moment's fight. You know, where nobody's really taken the bull by the horn so far. It's sort of been up for grabs, and it's kind of still up for grabs. As we're still waiting for somebody to take control of the fight.
And it seems like every time somebody lands a good shot, the other guy comes right back.
Oh, good right hand from Moran.
Yeah, good body shots followed as well. Trying to get Quan Williams a little bit on his bike here. He's trying to put him in flight a little bit, so that's to take away some of the effectiveness of Williams if Williams goes into flight.
That's one thing about Moran. He is a momentum fighter. Once he gets momentum behind him, he comes forward. He punches much harder when he's on his front foot than when he's on his back foot.
Moran certainly believing in his conditioning because throwing a lot of punches in this 4th round.
Yeah, completely different posture this round from Moran.
They're not landing a lot clean, guys, but he's taking away the work rate of Williams. Williams not really doing a lot of work this round. Sort of taking the round off here.
Another thing about his last few fights, good right hand. Quan Williams has been in control of those fights. He's been the bully. He's been the general. This one, to your point, gentlemen, back and forth. It hasn't all gone his way the whole time. Haven't seen him in that position in a while.
That's how it's going to be when you step up in class. When you start, you're approaching, you're knocking on the door for that championship caliber position. You're going to fight guys that aren't just going to lay down.
Oh, what a right hand! Moran is hurt on wobbly legs, and Quan Williams going at him. Another good right. Oh, the fighter from Mexico trying to answer back.
In a round where Moran had been having a very good round to that
still
point.
rocked. His legs
got
are
no legs under him.
The only reason he's standing up is because of that mountain running. That he's talking about with Marquez.
He's in fantastic shape.
Under 30 seconds left in round number 4 for the first. Another good left hook.
And Quan saying nice and relaxed. Picking his spots. Going down to the body as well.
Moran is blinking. There's no legs under him. Closing seconds of round number 4.
Oh, man. Moran's tough.
Oh, another good right to punctuate the round. And he stays on his feet. Wobbling back to his corner is Antonio Moran.
His legs are a mess.
Done.
Did you see the way through that last right hand? He threw it like a counter, but there was something that came at him.
Yeah.
Just like this.
Is a counter. This is a counter. You know what he does? He pumps off his back leg so he gets more weight on it. Because the last right hand, then he's going to get the follow-up here, but then he lands a huge right hand at the bell, and he also pumps off his back leg. But there was nothing coming at him there. But he took the same approach like a counter.
He threw that thing like he was throwing a football.
That's the one. Nothing. He brought back like it's a counter, but in reality, what he's doing is he's shooting weight off his back leg.
But that's what I was talking about, that change of speed and change of direction that he has because he's so explosive and so athletic.
I know I'm talking to you guys about it, but for those of us at home, you don't know how short a minute can be until you're in this pinnacle. What do you mean? No, get up. The minute's over.
When I was working at Stony Brook University, I remember asking the strength coach, what's the #1 attribute you look for in a basketball player? And they said, change of direction. Ability to change direction quickly. And you're seeing that here.
Yeah, Williams has that. It's incredible athleticism.
The question is, how much will he test the chin of Antonio Moran early in round number 5? Plenty of fight to go, gentlemen. Maybe.
But it wasn't just right hands. He was landing big left hooks as well. I mean, he's a two-fisted fighter. Dangerous with both hands.
And look at the wipeout in terms of power punches landed in round 4, 17-7.
Oh, and Moran was doing good at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, yes, he was.
Yes, he was. I can't believe Moran's on his feet right now. I mean, the way
he didn't go down last round.
Yeah.
Corner worked hard to bring him back, but physiologically, there's nothing you can really do. The guy either comes back or he doesn't.
Yeah, that's amazing recuperative abilities. And that, again, like you said, Champ, that's from being in fantastic shape, training at altitude. Man, Williams is sharp.
Talk to the OG corner, been doing it for years. You say, what can you do in the corner to bring a guy back? And like, nothing really. Like, put water on your head. There's not a lot we can do. You have chin or you don't.
Some guys pull your hair too.
Yeah.
In the corner, they'll pull your hair.
Yeah, my cut man used to pull my hair, Danny Milano. Because I had the spikes.
Really?
I had the spiky hair, yeah. They grab me by the hair, you pull my ears, pull my hair.
Something I know nothing about. I haven't had hair in a long time.
You get your ears pulled.
You get pinched.
Pull your ears or something.
Pinched. Pinch him, pull your ear.
Great, now I'm wobbled and my ears hurt.
Right.
But Moran coming back in this fight, landing with authority.
I mean, he's back. His legs are underneath him. Didn't even need. A lot of times, like you'll need a round to get your legs back. Yeah,
that's the thing about Mike-Juan Williams. He's a little bit inconsistent in that he'll kind of take too much time off, and now he's allowed Moran to get back on it. But is Moran going to have learned his lesson? Is he going to come totally out of pocket and walk into something else again?
You get the feeling Mike-Juan's just looking for that opening again.
But that's something we've seen in previous fights with previous fighters, Chris. They land the big shot. They look again, instead of boxing into that big shot, they just look for it.
No, Mike-Juan's not doing that, but he is changing up a little bit. He's going very defensive here.
I got to say, I think Ruslan Provodnikov made that mistake against you, hurt you early, and then kept trying to hurt you, and you were out boxing him. Similar kind of situation. You hurt somebody, you want that feeling again. It's addictive.
Mike-Juan is still landing big shots, but they're one and done.
Yeah, few and far between.
One thing, Antonio Moran certainly physically back into this fight that we didn't know would see this round. Can't wait till next week. That's right. We're giving the DC area Jordan Short Dog White in our main event versus Matias Romero. So many fighters from that talented DC camp. Lamont Roach Sr. training nothing but killers. Some of them in the audience tonight. It's going to be a great card. Join us April 12th right here on ProBox TV. Find out why millions are watching. Mike-Juan Williams didn't know he'd see a round 6. Round number 4 looking devastating for Antonio Moran, but last round seemed to get back in it.
He's looking back to form here. Is Moran. I mean, I know Mike-Juan's not a big 40-pounder, but Moran looks huge.
Gigantic. Yeah.
Tall, wide shoulders. Even his legs. He's got thick legs.
Effective with the jab.
That's another thing about Moran. All of his stoppages came at 135. At 140, he's much more durable.
What a difference that 5-pound makes between 35 and 40.
Getting back
good
on the
right hand.
I was just going to say he's getting back on the jab.
Oh,
he's got to be careful with the counter, right? And Williams was just setting him up for it.
Williams able to land it again. Beautiful shot. Now Moran chasing down Mike-Juan Williams.
I believe there's a cut over the eye of Moran now. That left hand, that left eye.
It's caused by that right hand. Beautiful counter shot from Myquan Williams.
Yeah, he's landed enough of them tonight. Moran's still coming though, man. Throwing with bad intentions too.
He still got it.
He still got it.
Still got it.
Tough as they come.
Just past the halfway mark of this fight scheduled for 10. WBO international title on the line.
Ooh, good
body
exchange.
shot.
Moran backs off Williams though.
Yeah, Moran landed a good body shot there.
And there is no quit in Moran.
Good body shot there from Myquan, but then comes right back is Moran with 2-3 shots. That set up a lot of those right hands early on, was that stab jab down low.
Still a lot of fight to go, guys.
Yep.
You know,
Which is a great weapon against a taller opponent. I remember Floyd Mayweather using it against Diego Corrales.
Constantly
stabbing like a syringe, taking the life out of Corrales all night long.
And finally opened up. Corrales just didn't have anything left. Knocked him down, what, 5 times in that fight. But this idea that Moran has faith in his condition. He kept talking about that, so he's looking to keep the pressure on despite the power of Myquan Williams.
That's when Moran, he gets you on the way out too.
He's got the range to do both. Man, the recuperative abilities of Antonio Moran, absolutely unbelievable.
People ask why they do altitude training. That's it right there.
Exactly why.
yeah, recovery.
And also that veteran experience of I've been here before, I'll be all right. He's not panicking. Being a consummate professional. Still vulnerable to the power punches of Myquan Williams. We are back at it. Myquan Williams, Antonio Moran, round number 7. An undefeated fighter out of Hartford, Connecticut is earning it tonight.
You notice Myquan Williams is much more effective on the counter, right? I mean, it's almost like he needs you to sort of help out and fall in or make that mistake on your own offense. He does land good shots on his own on offense, but for the most part, his best punches come off the counters.
And you look at the power punches, a lot more from Myquan Williams, 41-26.
And it's not because Moran's not trying.
Yeah, he certainly is.
Unable to find the target. You know, Champ, you mentioned that he's a better counterpuncher. It reminds me of like a Teofimo Lopez, another guy who's very athletic and needs you to lead.
Needs you to lead in order to look good, yeah.
Moran so far, no problem leading. That quick left hook. It's been there all night for Myquan Williams. Another reason for the power punch lead is Myquan Williams isn't really throwing a lot of jabs, Moran. Not really trying to jab with him.
No,
Just
he's
trying
looking, He's basically using Moran's jab to counter.
Just like that, lead hook, right hand.
He sort of lets Moran get confident with his jab, and then Moran, should always be varying the jab at this point because Williams made him pay for it.
But Moran never brings it back home.
Yeah.
He throws the jab and drops it.
Also does it at the same speed every time, which makes you start to be able to counter that and time that.
Moran content to jab, and Myquan Williams not trying to jab with the jabber.
Every once in a while showing that lead right, though, will at least throw that off a little bit in case Williams is looking to counter the jab.
You see that the jab never comes home. Keeps it either out there fully extended or he drops it down to his hip.
10 seconds left to go. Round number 7 comes to a close. We are back, ready to go. Round number 8. Myquan Williams thought he was going to have an easy fight at 22-0-2. Antonio Moran has been anything but easy. Veteran from Mexico City, Mexico, 37-1, 21 wins by knockout. Rocked in round number 4. It's kind of amazing we're seeing a round number 8 scheduled for 10. Moran has used his jab very effectively. Myquan Williams trying to get in it with power punches. And he's landed. They've been effective like that. A lot of clinching in the last round. Look at the jabs landed. Moran, a huge lead over Myquan Williams. Not a huge surprise. He's been the jabber in this fight.
And again, he said that in the fighter meetings. That was a weapon he was going to use. He was going to stay long, stay tall, and he has. He's coming on now here.
Just a little bit, though. Hasn't always been able to keep the range when he's gotten aggressive, gentlemen.
And Myquan Williams looking uncomfortable.
Yeah, remember the altitude training of Moran. He's recovered. He's still in shape. Still bring a pace.
Also, you got to think about Myquan Williams having to deal with this size all night long. Being explosive all the way in, all the way out. Physicality that Moran brings.
And also, as I said earlier, if Moran gets Myquan Williams to get going to flight and going to his momentum backwards, it'll prevent him from getting so much power on some of his shots when he's planted like this, for example. Now, that's where Moran has to be careful on the counter.
Myquan defensively responsible here, though. Plants those feet, but he keeps that upper body rhythm moving.
Not as effective with the counter power punching. Oh! Called break, and there's a right hand after it.
Nice rubberneck there from Williams, though. No touching gloves.
Nope.
Oh,
Moran up.
Scraping uppercut there to the body.
Paul, you talked about Moran being the gatekeeper here.
Yeah.
Myquan Williams trying to force his way through the gate.
Yeah, and Moran is making him work for it. Moran has brought a good pace, especially the way he's come back after being hurt a few rounds back. You know, he's been pretty consistent as far as, forcing Myquan Williams to think his way through this fight. Williams obviously having his moments too, but it's not been one-sided even since the
when he got rocked.
The round where he got rocked.
Round number 4. And here we are with Moran still pushing forward. Cut on his left eye.
Yeah, that thing is gushing here.
Bleeding a lot. Placement doesn't look bad, though.
No, it's outside the eye.
As far as we know, it's caused by a punch. 2 rounds to go in what has been a very entertaining, very competitive fight in our co-main event. Good last round from Antonio Moran.
Yeah, one of the best rounds Moran has put on tonight. You know, we had a lot of competitive rounds, but here it seemed like he had Williams uncomfortable for spots during that round. Then we saw that late punch that the referee reprimanded Moran for. Nice little rubberneck there from Williams. Didn't take too much of that blow, but Moran came back to touch gloves, and Maikwan said, nope.
It's been a little bit of a chippy fight.
Yeah, no love lost between these two.
No, none at all.
Ooh, big swing and a miss from Moran. Maikwan makes him pay for it.
Yeah, see, again, on the counter, gets off two good body shots. How often can Williams find the range when it's not on the counter? You ever notice it?
That's the question,
Doesn't do a lot when it's not on the counter.
He doesn't have an active jab, and we saw that from the CompuBox stats, that it's not much of a jabber. Oh, good right hand there, chopping from Antonio Moran.
It seems, Paul, he's not able to set up with the jab. He's kind of got to guess, you know, where the punch is on the fly. Tough thing to do.
See, he catches and shoots, he counters, he slips and counters. The transfer from defense to offense, he's very, very fluid and even very, very dangerous. But you've got to have a part of your game that knows how to initiate offense as well and knows how to set up offense as well.
Moran got tied up in the ropes there for a moment. Yeah, the conditioning of Antonio Moran is next level.
Maikwan Williams able to sneak that right hand in. Trying to work the cut. It's opened up around the left eye of Antonio Moran.
Amazing how rocked Moran was those rounds ago, and now is taking right hands no problem.
It's crazy.
The recovery is incredible.
That altitude training.
Yeah, man,
still got it, you know?
Oof, nice dig to the body with both hands. Williams on the inside. Listen, I don't ever want to see Moran at 135 again. He's a different guy here. The 140 is a completely different animal. He's been knocked out bad twice at 135 by Devin Haney and Andy Cruz.
And now he's walking down Maikwan Williams after getting rocked in the 4th round. What a turnaround.
At 140, he's a Terminator. Good hard left hook. Caught on the glove there, but definitely felt some flack through the block.
Yeah, and he's, again, taking control of the ring here in this round again. You know, forcing Williams back. And he made an effort the round after he got hurt to, like, sort of push back Williams and sort of take back control of the ring.
Which we said was amazing that he got his legs back so soon. Double, triple, quadruple.
Right
4 right hands in a row from Moran.
Crafty round here being fought by Moran.
Last couple rounds, he's looked good, gentlemen.
Yeah, this is going to wind, I'm telling you, man, this is going to wind up being competitive, man.
Yeah, the second half of this fight has been very, very different than the first.
Seconds winding down in round number 9. Just one more to go in our co-main event. Talk about competitive moments, gentlemen.
And these last couple rounds have been good ones from Moran. There we see that double, triple, quadruple right hand from Moran. Landed the first one good. The next 2 were pretty light. The next 3, rather. But they pretty much all land except for that last one.
Definitely showing he's still
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside of 2300 Arena, this is the 10th and final round.
You heard it from Lupe Contreras. Last round. Maikwan Williams, 4-1 favorite in this fight. Antonio Moran did not come here to lay down. You called him a gatekeeper. Well, Maikwan Williams has had to force that gate open for sure. Rocked in round number 4, hurt, never down, but rocked in round 4 and has came back and made this a competitive fight, to say the least.
Both these guys coming out here like the fight's on the line.
And it may very well be.
Good right hand. Good shot. Left
Good
hook on the
left.
inside, too.
Moran trying to chase it. Williams trying to hold his ground.
Both guys fighting with a lot of intensity here in the 10th.
Ooh. A lot of faith in his conditioning. Moran went over and over again.
It's looking like the conditioning of Moran is definitely better than that of Williams. Williams is getting flighty. And apparently a lot of Mexicans in the audience tonight.
Yeah, they've been behind their guys all night.
It's been a good fight for the crowd because Williams also has his crowd from Connecticut also came down.
Yeah, it's been very, very loud in here during this contest, especially.
Good straight right hand.
Probably Williams in flight more and punching less.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting to see what the judges think of this fight. Because it is definitely Moran.
And remember,
fighting hard in round 10.
As big of a round as Williams had when he hurt Moran, he didn't drop him. So it's
never knocked him down.
It's not a 10-8 round.
And now it's Mike-Juan Williams who is hurt. Exhausted.
Keep in mind, even that round was a round Moran was doing well until he got hurt.
Yep.
Moran now unloading. Mike-Juan Williams trying to get some breathing room here.
Minute left.
He's holding on for dear life.
Moran's corner telling him to bring it.
Mike-Juan is not looking good here. He is.
Again, too flighty, like you said, champ. Too flighty. Usually he's good on the counter, but if you go into flight, there's just nothing on your counters either way.
He doesn't seem very balanced on his feet either. Could be fatigue, could be exhaustion.
Good right hand answered back from Moran.
One thing, when you're tired, you don't take punches as well.
Coming up on 30 seconds left in the round.
And he's holding
and
with
the fight.
He's holding with two hands, guys.
Huge round for Moran.
Oh, definitely looks like Moran's round.
Oh.
Good one, too. But as you said, not enough juice on it, Paulie.
Yeah, and he goes away too much. He didn't follow up. He went away to the other side of the ring. He's looking for rest more than following it up.
Well, it got Moran to stay off him a little bit.
Yep.
Which will probably be enough. Yeah, now Moran's going backwards. Yeah.
Moran felt that power. I think I've won this round. Let's just...
Yeah, he's still dangerous. Let me just get the round.
And that is it. 10 rounds in the books, ladies and gentlemen.
Good fight.
But who won it? Only the judges know.
It's going to be close, guys.
It's going to be a lot closer than 4-1, gentlemen. So once again, Paulie, better than the bookmakers.
Yeah.
Don't brag. Go ahead. Take a little victory lap.
It's true.
You have trouble with us here at ProBox TV. Making the odds because that was not a 4-1 fight.
No. I mean,
not saying Mike-Juan Williams didn't win it. He certainly could have.
You know,
it's close.
A lot of people were judging this fight based off of Moran's last fight when he got stopped viciously by Andy Cruz. Yeah. But you got to take into account the weight class. At 135, he is a completely different guy. At 140, at 135, we saw him get destroyed by guys who aren't even really big punchers. Andy Cruz, not a big puncher. Devin Haney, not a big puncher. Got destroyed by those two guys. Yes, they're excellent, but still, at 140, this guy's got a chin and a half, man. Really, really impressive show of resilience, of recuperative abilities, and just durability altogether.
Might see some interesting scorecards.
See some interesting CompuBox.
Yeah, let's take a look at the numbers here. And total punches, Williams 97 out of 301. Moran 132 out of 608. Why that disparity in jabs?
Also disparity in output. 600 by Moran, 300 by Williams. Double the output from Moran.
But that mountain training, guys.
Yeah,
altitude training.
But it was once again Mike-Juan Williams landing the eye-catching, bigger punches, the power shots.
Obviously, the more damaging ones as well.
Lupe Contreras has the scorecards. He will end all suspense for our co-main event. Lupe, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds, Judge Carter scores the bout. 95-95, even a draw después de 10 vueltas. La juez Carter anotó 95-95, un empate. Overruled by judges Bruni and Lundy that scored the bout 97-93. Superada por los jueces Bruni y Lundy, que anotaron 97-93. A favor del ganador, por decisión mayoritaria in favor of the winner by way of majority decision. And now, WBO International Super Lightweight Champion de Mexico, Antonio Moran.
Finished strong and won it. Finished strong, but also was the more consistent fighter of the two. Williams, in spots, showed he was the better fighter. And spots, it was the moments Williams had showed that Moran could never reach those kind of spots. But the consistency of Moran in the spots that he had was more, and ultimately that ends up being giving him the decision. And again, you know what we got? Another upset on ProBox TV.
Yep. But also, it was the tortoise and the hare. If the tortoise kept throwing jabs, just throwing jabs, throwing touches, he's constantly keeping punches.
Williams let himself get out of position, and also Williams, like I said, really showed an inability to create offense on his own without the help of the opponent. And sometimes you got to know how to set up your own offense, especially off your jab. You got the speed and athleticism of a Mike Williams. You have a consistent jab and a good jab.
Moran is now 5-0 on our air. Other than our prospects, he is the winningest fighter on ProBox TV.
He's coming over to the tables. Of course, shook hands with Juan Manuel Marquez, get his props. But man, gentlemen, he earned that. There's no other way to say it. Hell of a performance.
And even if he would have been knocked down, it would have still been a split decision.
I was just doing the math in my head about that. Yep, same deal.
I would like to see the scorecards per each round.
Yeah.
Again, I understand the consistency, but only giving Mike-Juan 3 rounds.
Even early on, Mike-Juan wasn't. He had moments, but he wouldn't dominate the first 5 rounds like you would think he would have. You know, Moran was trying to put him in flight in spots. Make him go backwards in spots. It wasn't super impressive, but Mike-Juan gave up a lot of moments. Gave up too many moments. The moments Mike-Juan did have, like I said, he exploded. He had the best moment, but he gave up too many of those moments over the course of the fight.
Underrated consistency. Well, on to our main event. That's right. After the break, Ricardo Salas, Kent Cruz in the welterweight division. Stay tuned here on ProBox TV. It's coming up next.
Kissimmee, Orlando boxing fans, Central Florida boxing fans, ProBox TV returns Saturday, May 10th. In the main event, the war of words reaches its climax as Orlando's prodigal son, Erickson Lubin, faces IBF number 7 Adriel Holmes Jr. with pride and a world title opportunity on the line. In the co-main event, one of the top prospects in the sport, undefeated Haitian Olympian Darrell Blasval Saint, steps up in competition against the rugged 33-4 Rodolfo Orozco. Those two bouts top a night full of action featuring Nicholas Fly, Argentinian world champion Nazarena Romero, defending her belt against Mexican Mayeli Rosquero, with Puerto Rican-American power punchers Naji Lopez and Dominic Valle.
That's right, Lubin versus Holmes Jr. That's coming up May 10th in Kissimmee, Florida, but we're getting ready right here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for our main event. After an incredible co-main. Wow, what a fight, gentlemen. Still reeling from that one, but you see him right there entering the ring. Kent Cruz out of St. Louis, Missouri. We love our 50-50 all-action fights here on ProBox TV. And we get another one here in this main event. Kent Cruz, 17-1-3, 11 wins by knockout. He knows he's going to have a tough fight in front of him, sees this as a great opportunity. And look at that man, Ricardo Magic Man Salas. 22-2, 15 knockouts. See what the odds makers have to say. Ricardo Salas, minus 500. Huge favorite over Kent Cruz.
Yeah, it's a pretty big favorite.
Yeah, that's a huge favorite. Kent Cruz plus 350. Let's see if the numbers back that up. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. Carlos Salas, 26 years old, 6 years younger than his opponent. Height advantage for Kent Cruz. Like weight advantage as well, and reach going to Kent Cruz. One thing we noticed in the fighter meetings, Kent Cruz big for this weight class. Main event ready to go. Lupe Contreras, take it away.
We continue with the action inside of 2300 Arena. This is ProBox TV being presented to you by Bet Online along with Wild Casino, our officials at ringside. President of the IBF, Daryl Peoples. Our supervisor is Rob Scott. Our judges scoring the action, we have Kevin Morgan, along with Bernard Bruni and Anthony Lundy on the line. The vacant IBF North America welterweight title en juego. El título vacante, peso welter norteamericana de la FIB. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the best rivalry in sports, Mexico, Puerto Rico. We're gonna find out quién es el más macho. The Pro Box main event is on now. Presenting first, fighting out of the blue corner. He enters wearing pink with silver. He weighed in at an official 150.5 pounds en la esquina azul. Vestido de rosa con plateado. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 150 libras y media. Tonight, this battle-tested Boricua enters the ring with 17 victories, 1 lone defeat, 3 draws, 11 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche, este Boricua aguerrido entra al cuadrilátero con 17 victorias, solo una derrota, 3 empates, 11 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Fighting out of St. Louis, Missouri, y representando a Maunabo, Puerto Rico, Kent Cruz. En la esquina opuesta, vestido de negro con color dorado in the opposite corner. He steps in wearing black with gold trim. He weighed in at the welterweight limit of 147 pounds. Detuvo la báscula al límite peso welter de 147 libras. Esta noche, este peleador con golpe de grueso calibre entra al cuadrilátero con 20 victorias, 2 derrotas, 2 empates y 15 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this high caliber power puncher enters the ring with 20 victories against 2 losses, 2 draws, 15 of those victories by way of KO. De la capital azteca, la Ciudad de México, Ricardo Magic Man Salas. With final instructions, referee Harvey Dodd.
Okay, guys, we went over the instructions earlier. As a reminder, obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Obedeceme todo el tiempo. Todos los guantes. Buena suerte. Good luck.
Our main event ready to get underway. We're looking forward to it all night. IBF North America title on the line. 10 rounds in the welterweight division. Ricardo Salas from Mexico City taking on Kent Cruz. And here we go, round number 1.
This fight is contested over the welterweight limit, so they are wearing 10-ounce gloves tonight.
Salas in the tricolores, Mexican flag on his legs. Kent Cruz in the pink. Kent Cruz, man, big for this weight class. No other way to say it.
Tall, long. It says he's been dropping sparring partners in the gym, feels strong again. Making that 140-pound division was weakening him, affecting his performance. He'll be a whole new guy at welterweight, he says.
And he talked about those physical advantages when we sat down with him. He says, I gotta be boxed, use my feet, I gotta be slick, because I've got the conditioning. I can go longer than this guy can. Once again, scheduled for 10 rounds.
Salas is the guy. He's been down before. He's been down early in fights. Second round, he's been dropped a few times. Gets up to see the finish, but hasn't always won all those fights.
Of those 15 knockouts, 11 of them in the first 3 rounds. His last 4 wins, last 4 knockouts have been in the first 3 rounds.
You can see he's got that aggressive mindset even early going in this fight. He's trying to cut the ring off. He's trying to walk down Cruz. He's trying to establish distance and trying to sort of get this feel out going. But Salas throwing some mean intent on all his shots so far, and also stepping to Cruz in an aggressive way.
Yeah, he's making the ring very small. Is Salas.
The big fighter isn't always the bigger puncher. Salas, a very hard hitter in this weight class. You see that? Not swinging a lot of jabs here, gentlemen.
No, he's trying to walk his way right to the front door. Cruz moving. Salas will probably do a better job of cutting the ring off as Cruz keeps moving to the left.
Oh, he's trying to, very good using looping shots that you want to use against taller opponents, especially guys who try to pull back and stay tall.
Like you said, Jimmy, no jabs in the part of Salas. He's all gas.
He is
no
explosive,
breaks.
though. He explodes with the power shots.
We saw our co-main event. Mike Williams did that same thing. Wasn't busy enough. Wasn't using the lead hand enough. Having his first loss by decision.
Cruz is allowing Salas to close that distance, though. He's letting him walk right in. He's not jabbing at the right range.
You talk about it all the time, Paulie, the danger of facing a puncher. You can hit and miss.
Yeah.
Right? They hit one time and it's over.
Yep. No matter what the deficit is.
Right.
The body shots there by Salas.
Ready to begin round number 2. We'll see the strategies of both men. Ricardo Salas looking for big punches early. Ken Cruz trying to use that elusive boxing, but Salas a little more success in round number 1, as you put it, Paulie, walking through the front door. Didn't have to do a whole lot.
Yep. And like you said, like Mike Williams, no jab, but Mike Williams is a counterpuncher. Salas walks in with no jab. Still dangerous, don't get me wrong, but high guard, he's looking to make a fight.
Cruz has got to get some respect here. He's got to hit him with something hard. Otherwise, Salas is going to spend the fight right here. And he's going to land shots
Good
like
right
that.
hand. What do we say all the time, gentlemen? Get off me punches. Enough to make a guy hesitate or think about coming in through the front door.
Nah, he's got to sit down and let one rip. Like that. That was a good chopping right hand, but back Salas punches right through it.
Also, there's different ways of stopping the forward momentum, right? For a guy like Salas, use your jab, you change the look, you change your level, you feint, you know, you do stuff where they'll take a pause, and then you can throw a hard shot at them.
Oh, big body shot.
That's what ended him against Gary Antoine Russell, was a body shot in round 1.
Down goes Kent Cruz, only in round number 2.
Says Salas is dangerous early, right?
2 minutes left in round number 2. And he's
right back to it.
Another body shot. Down he goes again. This is bad, gentlemen. Count is up to 7.
A lot of time left. A lot of time left.
And Salas, as I said, under 3 rounds is when he gets it done. Looking to make it another one in round 2.
What were the odds of this one, Jimmy?
Plus 500
for Salas.
For Salas. For Salas.
No, was he
minus 500?
No, minus 500.
Oh, minus 500 for Salas.
Plus 500
for Cruz.
350.
350, right.
Oh, okay. So Salas is the favorite.
Salas a big favorite. We're seeing why now. Down he goes again.
No 3 knockdown rule.
Yep, there is a count.
Ken Cruz, like you said, champ, there's a lot of time left in the round. There's still
up to 8.
Yeah.
Ken Cruz has been down 3 times. You know what the referee's saying? You go down again, this is over.
Down 3 times and still more than a minute to go.
The good thing for Cruz is while the referee was telling him that you go down again, this is over, another 5 seconds passed.
Right.
Got a little bit of a rest, but don't expect Salas to let up. He knows what he's capable of doing. That left hook to the body again.
You can't miss that thing. Every time he throws it, it lands. And you get a reaction from Cruz.
We talked about the size of Cruz.
Ooh.
Salas taking advantage.
He's out.
That's it.
He's done.
Thought it was going to fall on us, and this fight is over.
Good catch.
Good catch, Jimmy. You almost wound up catching Cruz on top of us.
Salas merciless in 2 rounds, gentlemen.
4 knockdowns, left hook to the liver.
Wow. And that's what started, really.
Yeah.
Two body shots. I don't know if you ever really recovered from those body shots.
I gotta ask, because I know I did. Either one of you close your eyes, do one of those? Because that was...
The first one I saw was like, ooh, it was right on.
But the second one was right in front of us, too, right there, you know?
Man. Ricardo Salas looking like an absolute killer. This is how we got it done.
Ooh. So those are the worst liver shots because they come up.
Yeah.
They come up. Those are the ones that get underneath the rib cage and go up into the center mass.
Make you feel like your liver is going to spit out your throat.
Yep. Oof. Center mass of the liver, man. That's the reaction.
What were you saying earlier tonight, Jimmy? The biggest difference you see on ringside is what? The body shots.
People ask me, how is it different on TV? And I go, body shots live are like, like we can almost feel them.
Yep.
All of us.
You don't get the same message on TV.
You don't get the same message on TV from body shots. You do feel it live.
That's a great point, Jimmy. Great point.
My. Because you and I were sitting, like, you feel it in your mouth. Because we've all been hitting the liver.
You start salivating.
That throw up. Oh, it's the worst. Everybody will know what I'm saying. Cruz is going to be peeing Metamucil tonight. That's what it looks like. Looks terrible. Great stuff.
We got our first knockout of the night, at least. Everything was a distance.
Everything went the distance except the main event.
Yeah, we were running long, and now we're right on time.
Beautiful stuff from Ricardo Salas.
Mexicans had a good night tonight.
Great night. And their fans came out to howl.
Yep.
That says a lot.
They're always vociferous. I mean, you got Mexicans in the crowd, they'll let you know it, and they'll make the crowd more fun.
Ricardo Salas pitching a straight shutout. Beautiful stuff. 2 rounds. He gets another big knockout.
Who knew that you had to stack a Philadelphia card with Mexican fighters to get the crowd involved? Who knew?
It's the way it works.
God bless Mexican boxing.
They travel so well. Lupe, make it official for our main event of the night, and it was a brutal one.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the ProBox TV ring, referee Harvey Dock calls a halt to the action with an official time of 2 minutes 19 seconds of round number 2. Damas y caballeros, el referee Harvey Dock para la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 2 minutos 19 segundos del segundo episodio, declarando el ganador por knockout técnico, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout. And now, IBF North America welterweight champion de pura sangre azteca, Ricardo Magic Man Salas.
It was magic. 4 knockdowns in round number 2. The stoppage coming early. Ricardo Salas, faith in his iron hands. Great stuff from him in our main event, but man, an incredible night of action, punctuated by this huge knockout. You say protect your neck, protect your ribs against this kid.
Protect your liver. He came with a hunger for liver and onions.
And he was serving it up. Great stuff from Ricardo Salas tonight. He moves to 21-2-2. Now 16 knockouts, his 12th in 3 or under.
Well, you said he was dangerous early. He lived up to that, that's for sure.
He certainly did. With that body attack, absolutely ferocious. And we talked about the size of Kent Cruz, who was the taller man. Well, what that allowed him to do is present those ribs to Salas with no problem eating them up. Big step back from Kent Cruz. Of course, Gary Antoine Russell beat him before. That was in round number 1. Now he's a knockout in round number 2. The future belongs to that man, Ricardo Magic Man Salas. He goes over to shake hands with Juan Manuel Marquez on the Spanish side of the broadcast. Great stuff for him tonight. Mexican fans, you are absolutely outstanding, cheering on your fighters. Paid off in the co-main and main. 2 outstanding Mexican fighters got their hands raised in the co-main and main. Great stuff. Well, guess what? We continue next week, this time in D.C. Jordan Short Dog White, 18-1-0, 12 wins by knockout versus Matias Romero. A showdown in the super featherweight division, but that card stacked from top to bottom with a DC talent. Lamont Roach Sr. bringing out his team. They support one another. They love one another. They will fight together next weekend, April 12th. Saturday, don't miss it. Get a ticket, sit down there with us. And also May 10th, Kissimmee, Florida, Erickson, Lubin versus Andreal Holmes Jr. See the records there, 17-0 is Holmes Jr. But can he take on the much more experienced Erickson? Lubin, 26-2, fantastic amateur. So much expected from him in the pros. When he has lost, it has been to the elite of the elite. It's going to be a great night of fights, just like it was tonight. You saw our Future Star Series, some great fighters, some undefeated names, and a great pro debut from Elijah Lugo with the action fast and furious. Throughout tonight's card, Gio Lopez getting it done with one arm, and then a huge upset. Marvelous Mike-Juan Williams suffering the first loss of his professional career to Antonio Moran. Gigantic upset, well, in the main event, Ricardo Magic Man Salas against Kent Cruz. Ricardo Salas showing that he is a devastating puncher. He'll get it done early, body shots that everybody ringside won't do it again ringside next week in DC. We'll see you ringside. That's it for ProBox TV. See you in DC.